Ying lightly bit her cherry-red lips and pitifully asked, "Senior brothers, why are you slandering me as soon as we meet? How did this junior sister offend you? Senior brother Feng and I share a pure and innocent relationship. Senior brothers, please don't soil my reputation." While speaking, she looked at Yang Kai with some worry, as if she was afraid that he would come to know of her past. Pure and innocent. Xianxia's eyes immediately widened, stunned. He was rooted on the spot while the 4 other disciples of Brahma Holy Land also looked as if they had seen a ghost. After a while, the 5 suddenly laughed out loud in unison, their voices rampant and filled with sarcasm. Suddenly, they stopped laughing as Zhang Hao stated with a cold look on his face, "That's the funniest joke I have ever heard." Zhang Xian also added, "A man staying with you in a bedroom and still remaining pure and innocent? I'm afraid such a man must be one that has yet to be born." Yu Ying's face turned red and blue. Even if she was fickle and lascivious, she found it a little hard to take it when it was said straight to her face. She glanced at Yang Kai and defended herself. "Senior brother Feng, don't listen to their nonsense. This junior sister isn't that kind of person." Yang Kai said, nodding, "I know." But he also sneered in his heart. He had pretty much figured out her nature over the time he was with her. What's going on in her mind? She is still pretending to be innocent and explaining herself to me even at this point. Ying, seeing Yang Kai's indifferent look, was a little bit annoyed in her heart and secretly blamed the Brahma Holy Land disciples for being meddlesome. But since she was weaker than them, she didn't dare to be angry. All she could do was cast a pitiful look and defend herself. "Senior brothers, did you stop this junior sister just to humiliate her? If that's the case, then you have succeeded. This junior sister will take her leave." "You want to leave? Did you ask me yet?" Zhang Hao shouted aloud. "Senior brothers, what do you want?" Yu Ying's heart started pounding. Seeing Zhang Hao and his group aiming at her, it was quite obvious that they weren't here for a chat. Zhang Xian coldly glared at Yu Ying and asked, snorting, "Cheap slut. Let me ask you, where's our junior brother Deng Yong now?" When she heard this, Yu Ying's expression slightly changed. However, she hid it very quickly as she forced a smile and stated, "Senior brother Zhang Xian, why are you asking me this? Shouldn't you know where Deng Yong is? Why are you asking this junior sister? I haven't seen him. You still dare to lie?" Zhang Hao's eyes flickered with a cold gleam as he shouted, "Junior brother Deng Yong clearly died at your hands." Panic-stricken, Yu Ying defended herself. "Why would senior brother Zhang Hao think that? I and Deng Yong have no past grudges or grievances. Even if I ran into him, why would I kill him? Not to mention, Deng Yong is stronger than me. Junior sister is powerless to kill him even if I wanted to. Senior brother Zhang Hao, don't slander me. You are still trying to give excuses." Zhang Hao grit his teeth, his burning with fury as he glared at Yu Ying and coldly snorted. "Since you are being so stubborn, I let you understand. The scattered soul seal of junior brother Deng Yong is clearly branded on you. We tracked you down by sensing this scattered soul seal. Now, what else do you have to say?" Yu Ying's face suddenly paled. Zhang Xian added, "At first, we were still wondering who it was that killed Deng Yong, but it turned out to be you. Deng Yong is indeed stronger than you, but it's not surprising that he died at your hand. After all, he has always been a lecher." Zhang Hao continued, "Although Deng Yong was utterly depraved and deserved to be damned, he was still a Brahma Holy Land disciple. Yu Ying, you will have to pay for his death with your life. However, I will give you a chance to commit suicide here and now rather than suffer at our hands." The two of them had directly pronounced Yu Ying's death, draining Yu Ying's pretty face of its blood, causing her tender body to tremble. At this moment, Yang Kai had already noticed a hidden soul imprint somewhere on Yu Ying's body. Obviously, it was left by this Deng Yong before his death. It was ridiculous that Yu Ying had been unaware of it, causing her to be caught by the disciples of Brahma Holy Land. Now, she couldn't justify herself even if she wanted to. Yang Kai had been wondering why the 5 Brahma Holy Land disciples would come straight at them and block him and Yu Ying, but now it seemed that it was because of the scattered soul seal. It was unclear when Yu Ying had killed Deng Yong, but she must have done so within this year. Yang Kai was secretly annoyed. He followed Ying just so that he could find Yin Lusheng. Nothing more, nothing less. He had never expected such a thing to happen. And worse, he couldn't just ignore it either. If he didn't do anything, Ying would die for sure, and all his hard work and perseverance would go to waste. So, whether he wanted to or not, he had to save Ying. Still not acting? Zhang Hao, seeing Ying stalling, he couldn't help but shout, "Think about it. If you force us to do it, you won't die even if you want to." Yu Ying's face turned paler as she grit her teeth and stepped back as she tenderly shouted, "This is Senior Brother Feng De from my sect. If you have anything to say, talk to him." When she saw that things weren't in her favor, she directly pushed Yang Kai out, wanting to use him as a shield and not making any qualms about it. "Feng De." Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes as he indifferently glanced at Yang Kai. "Where did this waste pop out from? I've never heard of him." Regarding Netherworld sect, any Dao Source Realm cultivator who could compete with the holy sons of their sect was well known, so since he had never heard of Feng De, it meant he was just a normal disciple, not someone they needed to care about. "Boy, are you going to stand up for this slut? You still have time to think it out." Xianxia looked at Yang Kai and sneered. Yang Kai remained calm while he was filled with irritation, using this opportunity to vent slightly. "Junior sister you, since you called me senior brother, then this Feng naturally can't sit back and watch. If you want to kill her, you have to pass through this Feng first." Ying, who was hiding behind him, had her eyes brightened immediately. She hadn't expected his response would be so bold and responsible. After all, he wasn't a Netherworld sect disciple and they were just acquaintances. If he fled at this moment, it would be understandable. But he didn't do so. This guy is really stupid. Ying sneered in her heart. However, if Feng De kept them busy for a while, she may have a chance to escape. As for whether Feng De could survive or not, she didn't care, her life was most important. "Unfortunately, I can't bring him to Netherworld sect. But who would have thought that he was this unlucky?" Ying secretly made plans in her heart. She had already taken the posture to escape at a moment's notice. Although her stance was quite well concealed, it couldn't escape Yang Kai's notice. He sneered in his heart seeing this. Ying was as sinister and vicious as could be. If he was really Feng De, he might have been sold out by her already. Unfortunately for her, even with all her schemes, what was the point if they are so obvious? "All right, since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish." Zhang Hao looked rough and was clearly someone with a fiery temper. He was undoubtedly irritated by Yang Kai, so as he spoke, he summoned a war hammer into his hands. This artifact gave off terrifying energy fluctuations as he raised it up high and smashed it towards Yang Kai and Ying, showing no mercy. In a flash, the surrounding space froze, and it seemed as if the void was about to collapse. The next moment, an enormous hammer image appeared above Yang Kai and Ying, covering them entirely. Even though this move was powerful, it was nothing in Yang Kai's eyes. If he wanted, he could easily wipe out these 5 disciples of Brahma Holy Land. However, he didn't want to expose his true abilities here, especially in front of Ying. So he pretended to be panic-stricken. He didn't use any secret techniques or summon any artifacts, instead just wielding his fists madly towards the giant hammer. Hong hong hong. The next moment, the void shook as powerful shockwaves spread in all directions. Yang Kai spurted a mouthful of blood and retreated 10 meters, as if he couldn't bear it. Taking advantage of this momentum, Yang Kai promptly jumped back and fled towards the depths of the void, without even looking back. Before fleeing, he didn't forget to shout, "Junior sister you, quickly run." At this moment, Ying had already used some kind of secret technique, and her figure vanished into a plume of smoke, flying off into the distance like a gust of wind. Judging by her appearance, it seemed that she had already decided to run when Yang Kai and Zhang Hao clashed, having no intention of helping Yang Kai. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, she hurriedly said, "Senior Brother Feng, you escape as well. You will definitely die if they catch you." Her escape technique was very peculiar, and it seemed that she was burning up all of her source chi to use it. Such consumption was terrifying, but it made her move extremely fast. Yang Kai took a glance and hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue, pretending to spurt out a mouthful of blood essence before catching up with Ying. Zhang Hao and his group stood gawking on their spot, dumbfounded. When Yang Kai took a brave and senseless stance, they thought that they had encountered someone with some backbone. However, they hadn't expected Yang Kai to spurt blood after clashing just once with Zhang Hao and now even burned his blood essence to escape. That guy. He's just an embroidered pillow, Xianxia teasingly remarked. Humph. He should count himself lucky for running so quickly. Otherwise, he would have definitely died without a burial, Zhang Hao added, furious. He then put away his hammer artifact and ordered, waving his hand. Follow them. No matter what, they have to die to avenge junior brother Deng Yong. The others nodded in agreement as they followed closely after the two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, in pursuit of Yang Kai and Ying. Ying and that guy named Fengde had resorted to such extreme means to escape. One using such a high-consumption secret technique and the other using his blood essence. However, both methods could not be maintained for long. Once enough time passed, they would definitely be in a greatly weakened state. At that time, they wouldn't have to worry about anything when killing them. On the other side, Yang Kai and Ying, who had fled into the depths of the void, didn't dare to look back. Having burned his blood essence, Yang Kai appeared to be in a sorry state. But in fact, everything was under his control as he simply hadn't done such a thing. After flying for a while, Yang Kai finally shouted, Junior sister you have to dispel the scattered soul seal on your body as quickly as possible. Otherwise we won't be able to escape. This woman is really stupid. Those two holy sons just mentioned this, but even now she hasn't thought of getting rid of it. If she had no relation to finding Xiao, Yang Kai would have never reminded her. After being reminded by Yang Kai, Ying finally came to her senses and she immediately started undressing herself. After a while, she had completely stripped herself, leaving only a set of undergarments that were as thin as cicadas' wings and completely transparent. Black lines immediately appeared on Yang Kai's face at the sight of this and he couldn't help but ask, Junior sister you, what are you doing? Ying justified herself. I can't even sense where the seal is. I hope that it's on the clothes. Yang Kai was rendered speechless. It's on your shoulder. Focus your divine sense to look for it. The scattered soul seal was indeed pretty well hidden, and had it not been for Yang Kai's extraordinarily powerful divine sense, he would not have been able to easily find it. Now, with Yang Kai's guidance, Ying hastily gathered her divine sense on her delicate shoulder. After a while, a smile bloomed on her face. Obviously, she had found something. Who knew what secret technique she had cast? But as the two escaped, Yang Kai could feel the scattered soul seal slowly dissipating before finally vanishing into nothing. Only then did Ying heave a sigh of relief. She then took out a new set of clothing from her space ring and put it on. Now that there was no scattered soul seal, the two of them only needed to run faster and get rid of the Brahma Holy Land disciples to be safe. After having gotten free of the worries, Ying finally thanked Yang Kai. Many thanks, Senior Brother Feng, for everything you did just now. Yang Kai indifferently responded, You're welcome. As if she had sensed his indifference, Ying couldn't help but look a little sad. She was wondering whether this Senior Brother Feng was angry at her because of what just happened. After all, she had indeed gone overboard. Had it been someone else, they would have surely been angry. After escaping for half an hour like this, Ying's already pale face whitened even more. She was out of breath, and although her secret technique was easy to use, it consumed a lot of her energy. It was difficult to maintain their speed. Yang Kai, seeing that she had slowed down, summoned his ship and proposed, Get on, I will take you with me. Ying immediately nodded her agreement before jumping straight onto his ship. She sat down cross-legged and started stuffing herself with restorative pills. While at it, she took out a communication artifact and continuously sent out messages. Apparently, she was trying to contact some netherworld sect disciples. Seeing this, Yang Kai was secretly elated. He hoped that Ying could connect with Yin Lushang at once. The Brahma Holy Land disciples seemed to have been thrown far behind, as when Yang Kai spread his divine sense, he was unable to find them. One day later, Yu Ying's pretty eyes suddenly lit up and she shouted in a low voice, "Senior Brother Feng, I found someone from my sect." Yang Kai was overjoyed and immediately asked, "Who?" Yu Ying replied, "It's Senior Brother Zhong, Zhong Zhenyong. I wonder if you have heard of him or not." "It's not Yin Lu Sheng." Yang Kai was a little disappointed, but he still replied, "I don't know much about the Eastern Territory as I have never been there, so I haven't heard of your Senior Brother Zhong." Yu Ying explained with a smile, "Senior Brother Zhong ranks among the top 3 in the Dao Source realm within our sect. If we can get his protection, we don't need to be afraid of those Brahma Holy Land disciples. We should look for him right away." "Good. Lead the way." Yang Kai nodded. Although Yu Ying couldn't reach Yin Lusheng, Yang Kai felt that it might not be impossible to inquire about Yin Lusheng from this Zhong Zhenyong. After all, maybe Zhong Zhenyong knew something they didn't. Next, Yang Kai changed direction under Yu Ying's guidance and flew towards a certain place. After an hour, a figure standing in the void entered Yang Kai's vision. Yang Kai immediately piloted his ship toward this figure, and even before the ship could come to halt, Yu Ying rushed out in joy and cried, "Senior Brother Zhong! Junior Sister Yu!" Zhong Zhengyong smiled at Yu Ying before he raised his eyes and indifferently gazed at Yang Kai while asking, "Is this the Brother Feng that Junior Sister Yu mentioned?" He directly spoke Yang Kai's false name, so obviously, Yu Ying had already informed him about Yang Kai before coming here. Yu Ying agreed with a nod. "Yes, Senior Brother Zhong. Junior Sister was only able to safely come here thanks to Senior Brother Feng." Zhong Zhenyong was handsome and suave, and seemed to have an amiable air around him without much arrogance. Having gotten the confirmation, he glanced at Yang Kai and asked, "I heard Junior Sister you say that you are from the Grand Desolation Star Field and a Star Master, just like Junior Brother Yin?" Yang Kai politely cupped his fists and replied, "This Feng is indeed from the Grand Desolation Star Field and is also a Star Master, just like Senior Brother Yin. I haven't seen Senior Brother Yin for many years and miss him very much, so I took the liberty to come with Junior Sister you here. I hope Senior Brother Zhong will forgive me." Zhong Zhenyong broke into laughter as he stated, "No worries, no worries. Since you intend to join our Netherworld sect, we might be fellow brothers in the future, so there's no need to be so polite." Yu Ying added, "Senior Brother Zhong, this is not the right place to talk. Senior Brother Feng and I were being chased by Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian of Brahma Holy Land. I don't know if they are still chasing after us. Let's talk while on the move." "Zhang Hao, Zhang Xian." Zhong Zhenyong's eyes glistened with a cold gleam as asked in a cold voice, "They dared to chase you? What for?" Yu Ying apologetically replied, "Junior Sister accidentally killed Deng Yong." Zhong Zhenyong angrily looked at her and asked, "He died because of the exhaustion of his source chi, am I right? How many times have I told you not to improve your strength like this? It will cause your foundation to become unstable and can also lead to an accident." "Yes, yes." Yu Ying, seeing Zhong Zhenyong about to lay bare all her past scandals in front of Yang Kai, immediately interrupted him and coquettishly reminded, "Let's go quickly. Thanks to Senior Brother Feng, I am finally safe and sound. Senior Brother Feng is my savior. Then you better treat others a little better in the future." Zhong Zhenyong slightly smiled. It seemed that because Yu Ying had said so many good things about Yang Kai, Zhong Zhenyong's attitude towards Yang Kai's was pleasant. Obviously, he wanted to become friends with Yang Kai. Under Yu Ying's repeated urging, the 3 of them immediately set off. Zhong Zhenyong seemed to already have a destination in mind as he led the way without saying a word. Yang Kai and Yu Ying were left with no choice but to quietly follow after him. After flying for a while, Yu Ying couldn't help but ask, "Senior Brother Zhong, where are we going?" "I'm looking for the others. They seem to have found a very interesting place." "A very interesting place?" Yu Ying's eyes lit up as she immediately asked, "What's interesting about it?" "You will know when you get there." Zhong Zhenyong left her hanging and didn't explain anymore. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Will Senior Brother Yin be there as well?" Zhong Zhenyong replied, "I don't know. I also received a call from another disciple and was rushing over when I suddenly received a message from Junior Sister Yu. So, I stopped and waited for you." He glanced at Yang Kai and stated with a smile, Brother Feng and junior brother Yin must have a very good relationship for you to be so anxious to meet him. Yang Kai's heart jumped as he realized that he had acted too eagerly. Nevertheless, he maintained the same expression as he explained himself. Senior brother Yin helped me a lot in the Grand Desolation Star field in my early years, and I have never gotten the opportunity to repay him. Naturally, I'm concerned about him. You owe a debt of gratitude and hope to recompense it. Brother Feng is also a man with brotherly sentiments. My Netherworld sect will gladly welcome someone like you. Zhang Zanyong broke into laughter. Yang Kai replied, It is this Feng's honor to join the Netherworld sect. But I don't know how high the threshold of your noble sect is. Zhong Zhenyong patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, Rest assured, you will be fine. Then, let me thank Senior Brother Zhong for his kind words in advance. The three chatted as they continued with their journey. After 2 days, a huge dark red star suddenly came into view. When their eyes laid on this star, whether it was Zhong Zhenyong, Yuing, or Yang Kai, they were all shocked. Ever since they entered the shattered star sea, all the cultivation stars they had encountered were shattered. They had never seen a complete star. However, at this moment, one such star was right before their eyes. The star was enormous and seemed quite ancient. Looking at it, it looked like a giant eye indifferently watching over the surroundings, causing everyone to shudder at the sight of it. It even gave off some kind of inexplicable pressure. Not only that, this cultivation star was also radiating a terrifying heat, so much that even the space around it appeared to be distorting. In addition, there were countless black holes of varying sizes around this star. When everyone turned their attention towards these black holes, it felt as if they would be completely devoured by them. Senior Brother Zhong. Yu Ying's pretty face slightly turned pale as she leaned against Zhong Zhenyong a little as she asked, Is this the interesting place you mentioned? Zhong Zhenyong replied with a grin, Exactly. Yang Kai's expression changed as he stated, What dense source strength. Furthermore, it seems to be a little different from a normal source strength. Zhong Zhenyong explained with a nod. That's because it is a fire attribute star source, not just an ordinary star source. If a cultivator cultivating a fire attribute secret art or secret technique can obtain this source strength, his or her strength would soar. A fire attribute star source. Yang Kai's expression changed and he immediately thought of Lu Yang. This would be extremely useful for Lu Yen. But Yang Kai hadn't seen her after we had parted ways some time ago. It was a mystery whether she knew about this fire attribute star source. However, Lu Yen was currently with Zhang Ruoxi, and this cultivation star seemed like a dangerous spot, so even if Lu Yen had sensed this fire attribute star source, Zhang Ruoxi might not be able to get close since her strength is still too low. Since it is here, if I can obtain and collect this fire attribute star source, I can just leave it for Lu Yen. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind as he became interested in this strange star. And in that momentary loss of concentration, a sense of crisis suddenly flooded Yang Kai's heart. Immediately after which a matchless burst of energy flew towards his face. Yang Kai's expression slightly changed as he saw a giant ghost claw piercing towards his heart. This wasn't the first time he saw such a ghost claw. When he had first encountered Yuing, he had seen her use this secret technique to fight with Guanqi. It could be considered a symbol of the Netherworld sect. In a flash, Yang Kai understood who had sneak attacked him. If any ordinary cultivator had been sneak attacked at such a close range and without any prior warning, he or she would have been completely powerless to resist, but Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, so it was easy for him to sense and avoid such a sneak attack. At the critical moment, he directly used nihility, turning his body illusory. The ghastly ghost claw pierced through Yang Kai's body, flying toward the depths of the void before disappearing very soon after. Yang Kai's figure solidified again as he coldly glared at Zhong Zhenyong. Senior Brother Zhong, what are you doing? Even until this moment, Yuing hadn't realized what was happening and turned to Zhong Zhenyong in amazement. She had no idea why he suddenly attacked Yang Kai. After all, Zhong Zhenyong's attitude toward Yang Kai had been pretty good along the way. He had been chatting and laughing with him the whole time. So why did Zhong Zhenyong suddenly turn hostile after coming here? Yuing wasn't able to figure it out. Yes, Senior Brother Zhong, What are you doing? Yang Kai coldly looked at Zhong Zhenyong and asked with a gloomy look on his face. How has this Feng offended you that you actually want to assassinate me? This Feng, is it? Zhong Zhenyong raised his brow and broke into laughter before he shouted. Brother Feng, let this Zhong ask you a question. If your answer is satisfactory, this Zhong will apologize for everything. If it's not, heh. Yang Kai slowly squinted his eyes as he replied, Senior brother Zhong, why don't you ask then? Zhong Zhenyong asked with a grim look on his face. Brother Feng, which sect in the Grand Desolation Star Field do you belong to? How did you come to meet junior brother Ing? Yang Kai was lost in thought after hearing this. Zhong Zhenyong had been paying close attention to the change in Yang Kai's expression, not daring to miss even the slightest change. The nearby Yuing looked between the two as well. No matter how stupid she was, she finally realized that something was wrong, and she couldn't help but furrow her dark brow, silently circulating her source chi while vigilantly staring at Yang Kai. After a short while, Yang Kai raised his eyes as he finally responded, staring at Zhong Zhenyong. Senior brother Zhong, these are 2 questions? You are breaking your word. Zhong Zhenyong was stunned before he snapped back. Whether it's 1 or 2, just answer. Yang Kai pursed his lips into a smile as he asked, thoughtfully staring at Zhong Zhenyong. Senior brother Zhong seems to know something. Since he already launched a sneak attack, it was obvious this Zhong Zhenyong knew something and probably realized from the start that Yang Kai had been impersonating Feng De. Senior brother Zhong, what is happening here? Yuing asked, with an unsightly look on her face. Zhong Zhenyong let out a cold snort as he explained, pointing at Yang Kai. Junior sister Yu, this Feng De, who had been following you all the while, is a fake. A fake? Yuing was stunned as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. The real Feng De is already dead. Dead? Yuing was confused as she muttered to herself in disbelief. How is that possible? If Feng De was already dead, how did this guy know so much about her senior brother Yin? What was the relationship between this guy and senior brother Yin? Did he pretend to be Feng De to approach senior brother Yin? Recalling that she had been totally defenseless with Yang Kai without even being aware of his true intentions, Yuing couldn't help but shudder. The real Feng De died in the Starlight Corridor. Junior brother Yin saw it with his own eyes, so this is a fact. As for the person in front of you, he has some grudges with junior brother Yin. Zhong Zhenyong sneered as he mockingly looked at Yang Kai. Am I right, brother Yang? A heavy emphasis on the brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his brow as he asked in surprise. Oh? Since you know everything down to my name, it seems that Yin Lusheng has been in contact with you. While speaking, his eyes lit up as he glanced towards the strange dark red star. Although Zhong Zhenyong didn't mention where Yin Lusheng was now, Yang Kai was 90% certain that he was on this star. Otherwise, Zhong Zhenyong would not have been able to contact Yin Lusheng and ask about him at all. Good. Zhong Zhenyong didn't have any intention of denying it. I indeed obtained all this information from junior brother Yin. No matter what kind of grievance there is between you and junior brother Yin, you will not have a chance to report it. While he was speaking, a hideous and greedy look appeared on Zhong Zhenyong's face, like he was hungry for a pound of Yang Kai flesh. Who exactly are you? Why did you lie to me? Yuing became furious. Her pretty eyes were burning with fury as she bit her lips in anger, glaring at Yang Kai, her face laced with murderous intent. Yang Kai glanced at her and stated in a cold voice, "What an ungrateful and ruthless woman. This young master saved your life and now you dare to show murderous intent toward me? Even shamelessness should have a limit." Yuing tenderly shouted, "So what? Since you dared to lie to me, you deserve to die." She turned around and said to Zhong Zhenyong, "Senior brother Zhong, this guy has a complete star source. If you can obtain it, it will be of great benefit to senior brother." Zhong Zhenyong licked his lips as he excitedly stated, "I'm well aware of this." In the Netherworld sect, although he believed that his current strength wasn't much worse than Yin Lusheng, based on Yin Lusheng's terrifying cultivation speed, it wouldn't be long before he would be surpassed. And the biggest source of Yin Lushang's rapid progress was his status as a star master and the fact that he had a complete star source. This was an opportunity that no cultivator could get even after praying day and night for. But now, another cultivator with a complete star source was right before him. This kind of star source was completely different from the Shattered Star Sea's shattered sources. If Zhong Zhenyong could obtain Yang Kai's star source, the benefits would be simply unimaginable. With it, he wouldn't need to worry about being surpassed by Yin Lushang. Both would have a complete star source and the rest would come down to hard work and persistence. And in those regards, Zhong Zhenyong was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Is Yin Lushang really on that star?" Zhong Zhenyong rebuked with a cold snort, "You are about to die. What's the point in asking?" Yang Kai grinned and stated, "Since I found Yin Lushang, there is no need to keep you all alive." Zhong Zhenyong was startled before he furiously roared, "Little brat, you are really insane. You are the first one to say something like this to this Zhong. I will send you to hell with this netherworld purgatory banner." Saying so, he suddenly stretched his hand out and summoned a black banner. A burst of cries and howls immediately came from the black banner and gusts of dark and sinister winds that carried endless coldness swept out. When the netherworld purgatory banner spread open, even richer in qi billowed towards Yang Kai, making him feel as if he was being dragged into the real netherworld. Yu Ying, seeing Zhong Zhenyong resorting straight to his trump card, had a distinct change in her expression and hastily retreated, lest she was also caught up in this fight. An interesting artifact. This should be perfect for Gue Zhu. When Yang Kai caught sight of the netherworld purgatory banner, his eyes immediately lit up. This artifact was similar to Gue Zhu's 10,000 soul banner. Both artifacts should have the same origin, but the grade of the netherworld purgatory banner was obviously much higher than Gue Zhu's 10,000 soul banner. Yang Kai could even feel faint emperor pressure emanating from it. In other words, this artifact should have been personally refined by an Emperor Realm Master and was currently a pseudo-Emperor artifact, yet to fully evolve into a genuine Emperor artifact. However, as long as Zhong Zhenyong advanced to the Emperor Realm and used his Emperor Aura to nourish this netherworld purgatory banner, that upgrade would happen sooner or later. Worthy of one of the top 3 disciples of a top sect, Zhong Zhenyong took out something extraordinary right from the start. The never-ending cries and howls were like devil's whispers, filled with mystifying powers that could affect the mind of any hostile cultivator. Judging by how aggressive Zhong Zhenyong was, it was quite apparent that he wanted to finish Yang Kai in one move, not giving him a chance to fight back. A complete star source was too attractive to him. Yang Kai was ready to take the challenge with a serious look on his face, lifting his hands and quickly forming a series of profound seals. After a few complicated movements, an inexplicable force suddenly spread towards the surroundings and a mysterious principal strength started to diffuse about. Zhong Zhenyong's eyes bulged as he suddenly had a bad feeling. At that moment, it seemed like his actions and even his thoughts were slowing down, everything around him coming to a halt. The only one that wasn't still was the guy who pretended to be Fengde. What divine ability is this? Zhong Zhenyong's face drastically changed as his heart was gripped by a chill. Although Yang Kai's seals hadn't been finished yet, Zhong Zhenyong already had warning bells ringing in his mind. This boy surnamed Yang isn't someone that should be provoked. From somewhere unknown, a whisper rang in his ears, shaking his soul. Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly flooded his mind. And at the critical moment, Zhong Zhenyong bit his tongue and spewed out a mouthful of blood essence. Along the spurting of his blood essence, the strange stillness around him was finally broken and everything returned to normal. But when he looked up, an enormous seal was already right before him, leaving him no room to escape. Hong! A thud suddenly rang out, stunning Zhong Zhenyong on the spot. He didn't feel a strong impact like he had imagined, nor did he notice any injuries on his person. However, he was shocked to find that a strange energy was now invading his body, causing his vitality and lifespan to pass at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as if hundreds or even thousands of years had elapsed for him. Senior Brother Zhong. Yu Ying couldn't help but scream as her eyes widened in incredulity. The scene before her absolutely terrifying to behold. Zhong Jinyong seemed to have realized something too, and he slightly raised his old and dried hands, putting them right before his eyes before asking in a trembling voice, What the hell did you do to me?" Yang Kai coldly glared at him before raising his hand and sending out a moon blade at him. Had Zhong Jinyong been at his peak, he might have been able to avoid this blow, but at this moment, over 90% of his vitality had been drained. He was now completely powerless to react. The pitch-black moon blade struck Zhong Jinyong and silently sliced him in two. Yu Ying immediately turned pale. Dead. Her senior brother Zhong Jinyong had actually died just like that. Senior brother Zhong was ranked amongst the top 3 in her sect and could be regarded as an outstanding genius in the Eastern Territory or even the entire star boundary. But he had been killed by a cultivator in the same realm effortlessly. If this kind of thing hadn't happened right under her nose, Yu Ying would have never believed it. But the facts were right before her eyes and she couldn't doubt them. It was only now that she finally realized that Yang Kai had hidden his strength throughout their journey. Previously, when he spurted blood while fighting against the Brahma Holy Land disciples, he was undoubtedly just acting. It was simply laughable that she had scorned him earlier for not being Zhang Hao's opponent. With such strength, even Zhang Hao and Xianxia aren't worthy to carry his shoes. Can a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator really be this strong? Before the man pretending to be Fengde, Yu Ying was hit with a sense of panic and powerlessness, as if she was in front of an Emperor Realm Master. She couldn't even lift a finger, much less summon the courage to escape. She just stupidly stood on the spot, her tender body shivering like a sparrow in the winter without a nest. After killing Zhong Jinyong, Yang Kai reached out and took his space ring and the Netherworld Purgatory banner. At the same time, a beam of starlight shot straight into the sky from the back of Zhong Jinyong's hand before flying towards Yang Kai, straight into the seal on the back of his hand. Yang Kai had already noticed that Zhong Jinyong's star seal was the same as his, six-pointed. After the two merged, it would surely provide a lot of nourishment to his star seal, helping it go a step further. Finally, he focused his gaze on Yu Ying, coldly staring at her. Senior brother Feng, Yu Ying, meeting his gaze, turned pale all of a sudden, stammering incoherently as she was unable to even finish a complete sentence. Along the way here, I have troubled you, Yang Kai indifferently said. Yu Ying forced a smile as she tremblingly stated, It is this little sister's honor to be of service to senior brother Feng. Yang Kai gently nodded before suddenly waving his hand, and along with fluctuations of space principles, a pitch-black moon blade flew out. Nu! Seeing this, Yu Ying turned pale as she screamed loudly. Although she had no idea what this secret technique was, she had seen Zhong Jinyong die under the exact same attack. Now, Yang Kai was using the same move to deal with her. Obviously, he wasn't planning to let her leave with her life. As she screamed, she hurriedly summoned her defensive artifact and pushed all her source chi to defend herself, hoping to avoid this catastrophe. But what horrified her was that this pitch-black blade was far more horrifying than she had imagined. It cut through all her defenses like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, rending her figure in two. Yu Ying only felt a slight pain before her consciousness faded away. Yang Kai reached out and took away her space ring. After waiting for a while, Yu Ying's star seal flew out and was received by him. He raised his hand again, firing a few bursts of energy that crushed Zhong Jinyong's and Yu Ying's corpses into dust. He didn't hesitate to kill Yu Ying. Regardless of whether he was Fengde or not, it was still a fact that he had saved her. But instead of doing her best to repay that life-saving grace, she had instantly turned hostile after coming to know of his origins. The death of such a person wasn't worth pitying. Not to mention, Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of her. After finishing all this, Yang Kai suddenly frowned as he glanced behind him. He noticed that the Brahma Holy Land disciples from before had reappeared. It was unknown whether they were here because they received word of this fire attribute star source, or because they were pursuing him. However, Yang Kai had no intention of meeting the Brahma Holy Land disciples. These people's grudge was with Yu Ying, and now that she was dead, Yang Kai didn't want to unnecessarily become entangled with Zhang Hao and Xianxia, His figure flickered as he shot toward the dark red star at an astonishing speed. The closer he got, the more Yang Kai could feel the terrifying heat radiating from the star. The fire attribute star source there seemed even more incredible than he imagined, exciting him greatly. Half an hour later, he landed somewhere on the star. Everywhere in sight was nothing but a desolate piece of land. Apparently, everything had been burned to the ground by intense flames, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. Who knows how this star remained intact in the battlefield where numerous great emperors fought to the death. Oh, a flaming cloud mushroom. Yang Kai's gaze was suddenly attracted by something like a cloud of fire. With his knowledge, he could naturally recognize that it was an emperor-grade spirit medicine, flaming cloud mushroom. What took him aback was the fact that it could still grow in a place like this and even reach the emperor grade. However, after giving it a second, it wasn't that surprising to find fire attribute spirit medicines growing here. The fire attribute energy here was extremely rich. Not to mention, there was a fire attribute star source here as well. In that momentary hesitation, though, Yang Kai caught sight of a figure rushing toward the flaming cloud mushroom. Apparently, the oncoming figure had also discovered the spirit medicine and wanted to pick it. The flaming cloud mushroom was an emperor-grade spirit medicine, which was extremely valuable in itself. The conditions it required to grow were also extremely harsh, so it was much more expensive than an ordinary emperor-grade herb. As an emperor-grade alchemist, how could Yang Kai let someone else snatch such a rare spirit medicine from right under his nose? As such, his figure flickered as he arrived before the flaming cloud mushroom in one step. He reached out and dug out a large part of the area where the flaming cloud mushroom grew, then threw it into his sealed world bead. When Yang Kai was finished with everything, that figure came leaping toward the area before him. But obviously this person was a step late. So the figure immediately stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai, glaring at him with an unhappy look on its face. Yang Kai indifferently looked back at the figure, but upon seeing this person's appearance, he couldn't help but frown. Because just judging by appearance, Yang Kai couldn't tell whether the opposite party was male or female. If this person was a man, he was a bit too handsome. His skin was white as snow and looked soft and delicate. But if she was a woman, Yang Kai couldn't find any characteristic features an ordinary woman should have. Her chest was completely flat, and her bottom wasn't the slightest bit shapely. Even though her figure was slender, she was lacking all the curves a girl should have. Even the clothing this person wore was gender-neutral. Is this guy a man or woman? A confused look immediately appeared on Yang Kai's face. While Yang Kai was carefully sizing up the opposite party suddenly rebuked. "Friend, isn't what you did a bit unbecoming? I spotted that spirit medicine first." As soon as he heard the opposite party's voice, Yang Kai was gobsmacked. At first, he believed that even if he couldn't tell the other person's gender by their appearance or figure, he could at least infer something from their voice. But after hearing them speak, Yang Kai realized that he had been too naive. The opposite party's voice was a little magnetic and very pleasant to the ears, but also unspecific and mild-pitched, making it hard to tell whether it belonged to a man or woman. The other party was also in the third-order Dao source realm, just like Yang Kai, but the star seal on the back of their hand was only 5-pointed. Yang Kai didn't bother about the other party's gender anymore and simply replied with a smile. "Fellow brother, you can eat whatever you like, but you can't just say anything you want. This herb was without an owner, so it belongs to whoever picks it first." Just as Yang Kai said this, the opposite party's face contorted into an angry scowl before cursing angrily. "You are a brother. Your entire family are brothers. Can't you see that I'm a woman?" Yang Kai was flabbergasted and seriously sized up this person who claimed himself to be a woman. But even after a good long while, Yang Kai just earnestly shook his head and stated, "I can't tell." The woman immediately grew furious, her face filling with rage as she lifted her head and pointed to her neck and stated, "Are you blind? Can't you see that I don't have an Adam's apple?" Black lines immediately appeared on Yang Kai's face as he stated, "I can see that, but I don't see many other things." While speaking, Yang Kai gazed at her chest. The woman's face now turned extremely gloomy, and she couldn't help but puff up her chest, finally causing some slight bulge to appear. Yang Kai clapped his hands and stated, "Now, I see some clues. You are really as blind as a dog." The woman seemed to have a bad temper and ground her teeth as she cursed. Yang Kai wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Little sister, how old are you this year? Children should speak in a civilized manner. You shouldn't swear. You're the child. You'll be a child your whole life." The young woman was so incensed that she directly palmed towards Yang Kai. This move of hers wasn't powerful and carried no murderous intention. Obviously, she was just angry and lashing out because of Yang Kai's teasing. After she finished, she turned around left without even looking back or checking Yang Kai's response. Yang Kai happily raised his arm and dispersed her attack. He then looked up and saw that she was already thousands of meters away from him. Finally, she looked back and angrily glared at him before she disappeared. "Sister, don't go. I still didn't get your name," Yang Kai shouted with a grin, but he didn't get any response. He had no idea where she had gone. Perhaps she was so angry at Yang Kai that she didn't even bother to respond to him, and didn't bother to pester Yang Kai to return the flaming cloud mushroom. After having been prodded by that so-called girl, Yang Kai's mood was suddenly lifted. He spread his divine sense and scanned the surroundings to make sure that there weren't any other spirit medicines around. After he was done, he finally summoned his ship and flew toward the direction where the fire attribute source strength was the richest. What he could say for sure was that Yin Lushang was on this star. Only he couldn't discern his exact location. However, it was absolutely the right choice to move closer to where the source strength was rich because Yin Lushang would definitely go there, and as long as he could find Yin Lushen, Yang Kai could inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. Yang Kai had been separated from Xiao Zhao ever since he entered the star boundary, and had never stopped worrying about him. Xiao Zhao's specialty and naivety would make him an easy target for any powerful master. This star was very peculiar, however. Yang Kai had been in the Shattered Star Sea for so long, but he had never encountered a star with spirit medicines. However, there were many of them here. All the spirit medicines here were, of course, fire attribute. They should have been born because of the fire attribute source strength. Every spirit medicine's medicinal age was also quite good, making them all very valuable. However, Yang Kai didn't pick every spirit medicine along the way. He didn't waste his time picking useless things. Apparently, quite a few cultivators had come to this cultivation star as Yang Kai occasionally met some. These people rarely acted alone like him, basically moving in pairs or groups of 3 to 5. Obviously, these people were disciples of the same sect, or were good acquaintances. Some of these people had fierce and wicked auras, and from just one glance, it was quite evident that they weren't to be provoked easily. After a day, Yang Kai suddenly felt bursts of powerful energy fluctuations coming from a very far distance. He immediately stopped and looked towards that direction with a stern gaze, feeling emperor pressure emanating from there. He was surprised by this and wondered who was breaking through to the emperor realm. In the Shattered Star Sea, cultivators could break through to the emperor realm. Every time the Shattered Star Sea opened, many would see through the profundities of the emperor realm here and jump over the dragon gate, reaching the sky in a single leap. So Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder about this. However, when he gave it a second thought, he realized that something wasn't right, because while the energy fluctuations emitted were on the level of someone breaking through to the emperor realm, Yang Kai didn't notice the world energy baptism that would accompany a breakthrough to a new great realm. Since it wasn't a breakthrough, could an emperor artifact be about to appear? Realizing this, Yang Kai was surprised and he hurriedly turned and shot towards that direction. He had heard that some very high-grade emperor artifacts would occasionally appear in the Shattered Star Sea, because it was not just heaven-devouring great emperor who died in this place, many other great emperors had been buried with him. Various treasures owned by the other great emperors, who had died in the Shattered Star Sea, were patiently waiting for the destined one to obtain them. Therefore, all the emperor artifacts born in the Shattered Star Sea were of extraordinary significance and high value. They could cause countless people to fight for them. The emperor artifacts of great emperors were completely different from ordinary emperor artifacts. If one really compared, The gap between them was equivalent to the difference between an Emperor artifact and a Dao source-grade artifact. There was simply no comparison. Naturally, nobody would miss such a good thing. When Yang Kai was flying in the direction the Emperor pressure was coming from, he suddenly felt the world around him tremble. Immediately after, an echoing sound like a morning bell came from the front. The sound waves were so concentrated that they were visible to the naked eyes. They swept away everything like a violent gust of wind and carried an extremely terrifying might. Yang Kai's expression drastically changed as he hurriedly flew down to the surface while carefully protecting his soul. Walala! The ground in the vicinity was completely flipped over and rolled like a wave, giving the illusion that this star was about to shatter. When the sound waves hit, Yang Kai suddenly became unstable. Stars circled around his eyes and he was struck by dizziness. There were only the chimes of a huge bell ringing in his mind, making him lose his wits. In shock, he quickly mobilized the power of his soul-warming lotus, supplementing and protecting his knowledge sea. Only then did he finally recover from the shock. As he looked around again, Yang Kai gasped as the landscape had experienced tremendous changes. Several small peaks had actually risen from the ground while mountains that originally existed had ceased to exist. Countless abyss-like fissures had appeared on the ground, making for a daunting sight. The whole world seemed to have been shrouded in a haze all of a sudden. Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. Such a terrifying might definitely couldn't come from the cultivators who had entered the Shattered Star Sea for tempering. The only explanation was that an Emperor artifact had appeared, and this artifact definitely belonged to a great Emperor. Yang Kai's heartbeat quickened all of a sudden. He wiped the blood flowing from his nostrils and quickly rushed in the artifact's direction like a bolt of lightning. There were many people all around, and the sound of them cutting through the air was obvious. Clearly many cultivators were rushing there with the same intention as Yang Kai. Yang Kai secretly cursed in his heart. None of the people who had come to the Shattered Star Sea were simple. Even if he had been slightly injured just now, he didn't expect that no one had died from that deathly knell. After a while, Yang Kai arrived not far away from the source of the sound. Hovering mid-air, he looked over and couldn't help but shiver at the sight before him. About 1,000 meters away, a strange mountain entered Yang Kai's vision. This mountain was about 300 meters high and had a peculiar shape, almost like a giant bell placed on the ground. Halfway up the mountain, shattered pieces of rocks kept rolling down, and from inside that mountain, dazzling brilliance and powerful Emperor aura kept radiating. The Emperor artifact. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he immediately realized that the mountain was where the Emperor artifact was hidden. The other cultivators here were obviously aware of this too, but the might of the Emperor artifact before had been too deadly, so even though they all came here, no one dared to act rashly. And in front of the mountain, several mutilated corpses were lying on the ground at this moment. All of these corpses were bleeding from their 7 orifices. It was quite a miserable sight, and judging by their appearances and the location of these deceased people, they should have been the first ones here. The person who discovered the Emperor artifact encountered severe backlash when he tried to take it away. As a result, he was killed right then and there. Suddenly, the brilliance of star seals glowed from these corpses. After their owners died, these star seals escaped and hovered mid-air. But right then, they seemed to be attracted by something as they flew towards cultivators in the vicinity. An extremely dazzling star seal among them actually flew toward Yang Kai's direction. How could Yang Kai miss such a good thing? His figure flickered as he welcomed the star seal. At the same time, countless cultivators also made their moves, their gazes fixed on the free star seals, prompting them to snatch these prizes. About 7 or 8 cultivators were eyeing the same star seal as Yang Kai, their cultivations all in the third-order Dao source realm. They were fast, but Yang Kai wasn't slow either. Making use of his mastery of space principles, Yang Kai leapt ahead of the crowd and snatched the star seal. But the moment the star seal entered his hand, a figure suddenly shot over towards him and reached out to grab his hand, grabbing his wrist right away. However, because the other party didn't push their source chi and didn't have the slightest malice, Yang Kai didn't show much reaction. This guy is pretty fast. Yang Kai was a little surprised because he hadn't noticed any threat from the person who was trying to rob his star seal. But now, it seemed that if he was a little slower, the star seal would have been snatched by this person. This cultivator, who was only a step away from the star seal, was so fast that Yang Kai couldn't keep up without using space principles to teleport. Yang Kai looked up at the opposite party in surprise, but after seeing the opposite party's face, he couldn't help but speak with a grin, "We meet again." He found that the cultivator he was slightly concerned about was none other than the so-called woman he had previously seen. "It's you again." The young woman, after seeing that it was Yang Kai, frowned as an annoyed look appeared on her face. "Why are you stalking me? Why do you keep snatching my things wherever I go?" Just recently, Yang Kai had snatched a flaming cloud mushroom from her, and now he had robbed her of a star seal. Was this guy sent by the heavens to snatch her things? Yang Kai sheepishly grinned and stated, "Sister, you speak as if I have been chasing you. Rest assured, I'm not interested in women with small chests." After hearing this, the young woman's face immediately turned cold and she clenched her teeth in anger. Both her top and bottom weren't well defined, and this was the biggest regret in her life. Now, when Yang Kai pointed it out right in front of her face, it would be strange if she looked happy. "If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll rip your tongue out," the girl said with hatred. Yang Kai smiled and stated, "Then you should let go of my hand first. If you keep doing this, I'm going to act indecently." The woman let out a snort after hearing this and she retracted her hand, turning around before flying down and landing. The other oncoming cultivators, who failed to grab the star seal, looked at Yang Kai in amazement. There was an extremely strange look on all of their faces. Seeing Yang Kai turn his gaze towards them, all of them shuddered and their faces turned pale as they involuntarily took a few steps back, creating a distance between them. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, unaware of why these people were reacting like this. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized and explained himself with a straight face. "She's a woman." "What? Did you think I'm interested in men?" Everyone's face turned pale after hearing this and they scampered off in haste. Yang Kai's face turned black after he realized that they all thought that he would use his sword to attack them. He scanned the surroundings with an unhappy look on his face, but in the next moment, he had no intention of worrying about these trivial details and instead excitedly focused his gaze in one direction. On that side, a familiar figure was vying for a star seal with several others. His means were extremely ruthless and his cultivation was unmatched. Even though his rivals were all third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators as well, they were clearly not this man's opponent and were being beaten black and blue. Yin Lusheng. Yang Kai had never imagined meeting Yin Lusheng would be so easy. Even though he inferred that Yin Lusheng was on this star through the clues revealed by Zhong Zhenhong, Yang Kai had no idea where he was, exactly. And right this moment, he actually saw Yin Lusheng. He was obviously attracted by the commotion here. Yang Kai couldn't help but have his emotions fluctuate. He thought about it a bit before he flew over, taking something out from his space ring and sticking it to his face before circulating his source chi. In the blink of an eye, his appearance changed into that of a burly fellow, completely different from before. This mask that could change his appearance was a prize he had obtained from Sangda's space ring. In the solitary void-sealed world, Sangda relied on this artifact to change his appearance and leave Clear Sky City unnoticed. Otherwise, with his popularity, he would be unable to sneak away. Even though Sangda wasn't a good fellow, his artifact refining skills were extraordinary. The artifacts he personally refined were extremely effective. Even those close to Yang Kai couldn't determine his identity while he was wearing this mask, unless they were an Emperor Realm Master and used their divine sense to probe him. After finishing his disguise, Yang Kai felt a strange gaze cast at him. Yang Kai turned to look and noticed that it was none other than that so-called woman. She must have seen his actions. Yang Kai didn't care about it too much though and just smiled as he flew over to her side, cupped his fist politely, and asked, "I still didn't get your name." The young woman furrowed her brow, appearing a little impatient. Nonetheless, she still replied, "Lan He." "So it is Sister Lan He. This one is Yang Kai. I'm not interested in what you are called. Don't try to get close to me." Lan he stated with a cold face. She had a very bad impression of Yang Kai. After all, she was robbed not once but twice by him. It would be strange to have a good impression of him. As such, she didn't want to even converse with Yang Kai, afraid that he would really take advantage of her and snatch more of her precious treasures. What's more, judging by how he was hiding his face and only showing his tail, he must have provoked some powerful enemies and was afraid of exposing himself. The only reason she could be approaching her was to drag her down into the mud with him. Lan he naturally wanted to stay as far away from someone like him as possible. Yang Kai grinned and stated, "Fate brought us together. Sister Lan he, why are you being so cold? Who was brought together by fate?" Scram! Lan he, seeing Yang Kai prattling on and on, couldn't help but curse him. "N. Yang Kai perfunctorily replied, apologizing for pestering her in his heart but still insisting on standing next to her and quietly watching the situation. Although Lan he had a temper, she was still a good person. Yang Kai had robbed her twice, yet she did not try to rob him, nor did she make unreasonable demands. Had it been some other cultivator, it was quite possible that they would have tried fighting Yang Kai to snatch back those treasures. There were only so many free star seals here, but there were dozens of cultivators who had rushed over, attracted by the commotion here, so these star seals were quickly divided up. Yang Kai noticed that Yin Lushang, after snatching a star seal, landed about 2,000 meters away from him. Next to Yin Lushang stood 3 other Netherworld sect disciples, their auras all dark and cold. Obviously, they were cultivating Netherworld sect's unique secret arts. No one was in their vicinity, probably because of the uncomfortable feelings caused by their gloomy auras. When Yang Kai was secretly observing Yin Lushang, the latter actually sensed it and turned his head to stare straight towards Yang Kai's location, a cold gleam flashing past his eyes. Yang Kai looked away in a natural manner, as if he was just looking around, but in his heart, he was slightly startled. When he first met Yin Lushang in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai came to know that he was the strongest cultivator in the Grand Desolation Starfield. Not only was he a star master, but his aptitude was also extraordinary. The second time he saw Yin Lushang, he had already soared up into the sky, his speed of cultivation no worse than that of Yang Kai's. He had suffered a huge loss in the Starlight Corridor, and hated Yang Kai to the bone, so if Xiao really fell into his hand, Xiao would certainly be mistreated. As such, Yang Kai needed to find out about Xiao's whereabouts from Yin Lushang as soon as possible. While Yang Kai was lost in his thoughts, whispers sounded around him. The cultivators gathered here all pointed at the bell-shaped mountain, guessing the origin of this Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years had passed since the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, so how could the youths of the current era have much knowledge about such remote history? As a result, nobody had any idea what this artifact was or who left it behind. Yang Kai looked around, but unfortunately, he didn't find any acquaintances. None of the elites of the Southern Territory were here. Who knows where else they went? The Shattered Star Sea was vast and filled with countless opportunities, but only tens of thousands of cultivators could enter it at any one time. Such numbers were like a drop of water in an ocean, so it was quite normal to not meet the elites of the Southern Territory. Brother Chi Hai, you are the one with the most profound and immense knowledge here. Surely you are knowledgeable about past and present events. If you can, please tell us about this Emperor artifact. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed loudly. Everyone immediately looked toward him after hearing this. There was a smile on this man's face as he was quietly looking at another nearby man, who was dressed as a scholar. Following his gaze, everyone focused their gazes on this scholarly man. The scholarly man had a gloomy look on his face. Obviously, he didn't want to be the focus of everyone's attention. Furthermore, even if he knew about the Emperor artifact, he wasn't willing to share. But the person who had spoken before deliberately spoke in a loud voice, causing everyone to look at him with expectations. If he didn't speak now, he would undoubtedly hide his knowledge, but he might offend everyone present. With so many masters staring at him, he had to speak even if didn't want to. Everyone who could come here was a worldly character and could tell that the relationship between the scholar and the speaker wasn't very good. If they were really friends, The former speaker would not have embarrassed this scholar to this extent. However, even if everyone knew this, no one blamed the speaker. Instead, everyone eagerly looked at the scholar, wanting to hear his answer. In front of everyone's eyes, the scholar could only bitterly glare at the former speaker before indifferently speaking. You say I have deep and profound knowledge about both past and present events? That's hardly true. This Chi has only read some ancient books in his idle time, that's all. I don't dare accept your praise. That man smiled and continued, Brother Chi Hai, you are too modest. Compared to Brother Chi Hai, this one's knowledge is simply like the glow of a firefly before a bright moon. Brother Chi Hai, please give us some advice. As soon as that man said this, a grim-faced brute suddenly added, What's the origin of the Emperor artifact? Why is it so powerful? Yes, Brother Chi, if you know something, you might as well tell everyone. We are very curious. Tell us about it. Chi Hai took a breath. He was riding a tiger now, so he straightened up his thoughts before speaking. The Shattered Star Sea was the battlefield of great emperors. I think you all know this. Most of the cultivators gently nodded. Back then, although heaven-devouring great emperor's cultivation was peerless, and no one in the star boundary was his opponent, because he persisted in killing wantonly with no regard for others, he eventually provoked public anger. Numerous great emperors joined forces to fight him here. Finally, their fight shattered the star field, leading to the formation of the Shattered Star Sea. In that battle, rumor has it that heaven-devouring great emperor was jointly killed by a few great emperors, but the price they paid was extremely heavy. The masters who participated in the encirclement of the heaven-devouring great emperor suffered heavy injuries if not death. No one came out unscathed. It is said that the Heavens Revelation's great emperor is still healing in the Heavens Revelation Valley and can't come out because of his injuries. Everyone gasped in shock after hearing this. Yang Kai was also shocked. He didn't know whether Chi Hai was speaking the truth or not, but he had indeed heard of Heaven's Revelation's great emperor. He was one of the current 10 great emperors. This great emperor was a very special one even among the other 10 because, rumor had it, he could spy on the secrets of the heavens, catching glimpses of both the past and the future. Before the opening of the Four Seasons realm, Heaven's Revelation's great emperor had also sent a message to Azure Sun Temple, informing the entire southern territory that star seals would appear. If what Chi Hai said was true, it had taken Heaven's Revelation's great emperor tens of thousands of years to heal from his injuries. It was hard to imagine how badly he had suffered during the encirclement of Heaven-devouring great emperor. Heaven-devouring great emperor was really an astonishing character. It is said that a total of 4 great emperors died in that battle. Chi Hai continued with a solemn expression. 4? Someone asked nervously. Chi Hai continued with emphasis. Cyan Lotus Great Emperor, Yuan Ding Great Emperor, Azure Sea Great Emperor, and Martial Flame Great Emperor. No one had ever heard of what he was narrating, so they listened with rapt attention. The same was true for Yang Kai. He had heard of Cyan Lotus Great Emperor a few days ago when Sister Hua had spoken of this great emperor. She said that someone had obtained Cyan Lotus Great Emperor's indestructible Cyan Lotus in the Shattered Star Sea 5,000 years ago, going on to found Cyan Lotus Palace in the Eastern Territory, which was now a top sect. These 4 great emperors fell here, and their natal emperor artifacts and space rings, as well as many other treasures and even inheritances were scattered throughout the Shattered Star Sea, including the indestructible Cyan Lotus of Cyan Lotus Great Emperor, the mountains and rivers Bell of Yuanding Great Emperor, the inverse Azure Sea of Azure Sea Great Emperor, and the Phoenix True Fire of Martial Flame Great Emperor. All of these are unparalleled artifacts. Having spoken all this in one breath, Chi Hai slightly paused before continuing. The indestructible Cyan Lotus has been obtained already. Everyone should have heard of the Eastern Territory's Cyan Lotus Palace. The Palace Master of Cyan Lotus Palace is the current owner of the indestructible Cyan Lotus. But the artifacts of the other 3 great emperors haven't been found. Having spoken until here, he turned his gaze towards the bell-shaped mountain and spoke in a solemn tone. The emperor artifact in front of us now should be the mountain and rivers bell of Yuanding Great Emperor. The toll of the mountains and rivers bell can suppress worlds and invert the heavens. Gudong. Sounds of gulping nervously were heard everywhere as everyone's gaze turned fiery hot. What evidence do you have? Suddenly, someone expressed his doubt. Yang Kai turned his head and looked toward the source of the voice. It was none other than Yin Lusheng. Although he looked excited, he suppressed it well. Instead, he looked at Qi Hai vigilantly and asked, "You say that this is the mountains and rivers bell of Yuanding Great Emperor, but what proof do you offer?" Qi Hai sneered and rebuked. "I said it is. Then that's it. Believe what you want." Qi Hai was already extremely upset after being forced to reveal such top-secret information in front of so many people. Now he was still being questioned, so he felt like his hot face was put on someone's cold ass, leading his tone to become cold all of a sudden. "Since Brother Qi Hai has said so, then we believe it. Since some people doubt this and don't have the ability to prove otherwise, Brother Qi Hai doesn't need to pay attention to him." A handsome young man gave a friendly smile to Qi Hai before reprimanding Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng's eyes turned cold and he fixed his glare on the young man who just spoke as if he was looking at a dead person. Obviously, he was memorizing his face. The young man was completely oblivious to this, however, and still smiled and asked Qi Hai, "Brother Qi Hai, since this is Yuanding Great Emperor's Mountains and Rivers Bell, how should we collect it?" I ask Brother Qi Hai to give us his valuable advice. When everyone heard this, they all gazed at Qi Hai attentively. Qi Hai coldly snorted and rebuked. "If I knew how to collect it, would I still be talking to you here?" The young man was stunned after hearing this. Even though he knew that it was a stupid question, he still had some hope. Qi Hai added, "Which of the great emperor's artifacts aren't sentient? The Mountains and Rivers Bell is the natal emperor artifact of Yuanding Great Emperor. It has its own consciousness. If it is willing to choose you as its master, you don't even need to refine it. It will take the initiative to run into your arms, but if it doesn't find you worthy, even if you are a peak emperor, you won't be able to touch it." The young man's eyes lit up when he heard this and he anxiously asked, "Brother Qi, you mean to say if there is an opportunity, even I can become the master of this Mountains and Rivers Bell?" Qi Hai stated with a frosty look on his face. "Everyone has an equal opportunity." The young man broke into happy laughter as he proudly proclaimed, "This Zhang isn't confident in other things, but he is quite confident in his own luck. Since the Mountains and Rivers Bell is sentient, it might choose this Zhang as Yuanding Great Emperor's successor and pass me the mantle of Great Emperor." He broke into a burst of frantic laughter. While speaking, he actually turned around and started walking towards the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Everyone was startled at the sight of this, and they all realized that this guy surnamed Zhang was going to try to make the Mountains and Rivers Bell choose him as its master. For a moment, everyone curiously looked at him, wondering what the final result would be. Many of them had a change in their expression, also seeming eager to try. However, they suppressed their urges and patiently waited to see what was going to happen. Qi Hai stared at the young man's back and sneered, seemingly mocking his overconfidence. In front of everyone's eyes, the young man advanced unopposed, briskly making his way towards the bell-shaped mountain. Perhaps because of how smoothly he was advancing, his confidence increased and he quickened his pace with ecstasy. Very soon, he was only 50 meters away from the mountain, and still inching closer and closer to it. At this moment, all the onlooking cultivators were on the edge, weighing the pros and cons of this situation. Everyone was worried. If this man really got lucky and obtained the Yuanding Great Emperor's natal emperor artifact, wouldn't he be the next Yuanding Great Emperor? After another 10 breaths, the young man walked up to the mountain without encountering any obstacles or danger along the way. Everyone was a little taken aback by the fact that he hadn't encountered any troubles. At the sight of this, even the originally sneering Qi Hai became a lot gloomier all of a sudden. Everyone thought, is this guy really destined to be its master by the heavens themselves? The young man couldn't help but break into riotous laughter. I have kept you waiting for far too long. Today, this Zhang will take you away, so you may, once more, proudly walk the star boundary. The brilliance of Sir Yuanding should not be covered in dust. While speaking this, he reached out his hand and tried to touch the bell. Immediately, a flash of light pulsated from the mountain, as if it was reacting to the young man's words. This greatly increased the confidence of the young man surnamed Zhang, and without any more delay, he pressed his palm onto the mountain peak and spread his divine sense, trying to connect with the artifact spirit of the mountains and rivers bell. But right then, something strange happened. The bell-shaped peak shook ever so slightly as a loud hum reverberated from within. In an instant, the mountain collapsed as rocks and sand flew in every direction. At the same time, an enormous bell-shaped artifact appeared before everyone's eyes. The enormous bell was extremely simple and unsophisticated, but it was exuding an ancient aura as if it had seen and weathered hundreds of thousands of years. The enormous bell was covered in extremely complex and mysterious runes that were constantly circling on its surface. Suddenly, the bell started to glow, and while its brilliance was pulsating, a reverberating toll suddenly rang from it. Wang. At that moment, the world seemed to be about to be torn apart and the heavens seemed to invert. Mountains and rivers seemed to be suppressed as the sound of the bell spread to the surroundings. Immediately, sound waves visible to naked eyes converged into an indestructible energy wave. Everyone's expression drastically changed at the sight of this, and they hastily displayed all kinds of defensive techniques. The moment the bell rang, the young man surnamed Zhang, who was closest to the mountains and rivers bell, seemed to be hit by a mountain. His figure flying high up into the air, profusely bleeding as bits and pieces of his crushed organs spewed out of his mouth along with copious amounts of blood. His Tao Source Realm aura quickly waned as his vitality disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before he crashed to the ground, the young man was already dead. Walala! The aftermath due to the sound wave was still spreading, and the force of impact caused the ground to flip over as if the end was here. Only after 10 breaths did everything slowly subsided. Several dozen Tao Source Realm cultivators were thrown into a panic, as some were even buried under the soil. At this time, everyone finally crawled back up and took the chance to look around, their jaws dropping in astonishment at what they witnessed. Shocked, they couldn't bother to snatch the star seal left by the young man surnamed Zhang. Cough, cough? Chi-Hai lightly coughed a few times, patting off the dust on his body as he looked over at the dead young man surnamed Zhang and stated, "It looks like this opportunity is not for you." Everyone was rendered speechless. Worthy of being the artifact of a great emperor, the might of the mountains and rivers bell was simply extraordinary. The young man surnamed Zhang had only touched it, but that had been enough to set off a huge sound wave that killed him and knocked everyone else flying. If this artifact were really refined, how much power could it exert? Furthermore, this was definitely not the true might of the mountains and rivers bell. After all, it had been left here for tens of thousands of years, so its power had definitely fallen. It was very likely that the power it had shown just now was not even half of its peak. Therefore, despite the lesson learned from the young man surnamed Zhang, no one's enthusiasm reduced. Rather, it had grown stronger. And because of the shock just now, the mountains and rivers bell hidden in the mountain had been completely revealed. Surprisingly, this emperor artifact was several hundreds of meters tall and sat on the ground, looking like a small mountain. The emperor aura and the runes circling around it were extremely dazzling. No one could take their eyes off this mysterious treasure as they tried to spy on its secrets from afar. But now no one dared to easily touch it. So, although everyone's heart was burning with enthusiasm, strangely, everyone had entered a strange stalemate. They seemed to be secretly praying that the artifact spirit of the mountains and rivers bell would choose them as its master without them having to do anything. At this moment, the bell tolled once more. Everyone's face immediately changed and fell into confusion as no one had touched the mountains and rivers bell this time. So why was it ringing again? After having tasted it once, everyone invariably pushed their source chi to mount the strongest defense they could while simultaneously summoning their defensive artifacts. But the shockwave everyone was waiting for never came. Rather, something astonishing happened in the next moment. Much to everyone's surprise, the mountains and rivers bell slightly shook as it rose into the air before shooting straight towards the starry sky, leaving a long trail of light behind it. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Who knows who reacted first, but someone shouted, "Chase it!" Just as he said this, he flew off in pursuit. After finally discovering a treasure left by a great emperor, how could these cultivators miss it? So, after that guy who shouted left, several dozen cultivators rose into the air, one after another, and chased after the mountains and rivers bell, leaving all kinds of colorful trails in their wake. Yang Kai was no exception. Even though he had a lot of emperor artifacts, enough to have even gifted one each to Lu Yen's sister Hua, and the embodiment, one could never have too many emperor artifacts. And he had seen the might of the mountains and rivers bell, making him even more interested in it. This kind of might was even stronger than that of the annihilation thunder bead. He believed that Chi-Hai was right, that it was impossible to obtain this emperor artifact without some luck and opportunity, especially since the mountains and rivers bell already had its own sentience. If one wanted to take it, he or she had to get the artifact spirit's recognition first. As long as one could get the recognition of the artifact spirit, though, it would become easy to collect the mountains and rivers bell. Along the road of cultivation, Yang Kai had obtained countless opportunities, and when it came to good luck, he was confident that he would not lose to anyone, so he still had some hopes that he could collect the mountains and rivers bell. What's more, Yin Lisheng, whom he had been looking for all the while, was also chasing after the mountains and rivers bell. But the moment Yang Kai flew up, a strange feeling suddenly sprouted deep in his heart. It was weak and unclear, but it still made him feel a little restless. This strange feeling was elusive to him, and when he deliberately tried to search for its source, he was unable to find anything. However, the faster Yang Kai flew away, the stronger this feeling became. It was as if he left this place now, he would deeply regret it. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and abruptly stopped. He might be eager to obtain the mountains and rivers bell, but if he couldn't understand this feeling, a figure suddenly shot from behind. Apparently, it was giving chase to the mountains and rivers bell too. Yang Kai focused his gaze on the figure and discovered that it was none other than Lan He. Seeing him stop, Lan He cast a strange glance at him. However, by the looks of her appearance, she had no intention of paying attention to him, so after a quick glance, she tried to bypass him. When the two passed one another, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed before he reached out to hold Lan He's shoulder. Lan He's expression dramatically changed as her figure made a strange twist and she quickly distanced herself from Yang Kai. However, even though she was quite fast, Yang Kai's hand had still brushed her clothes. "What do you want?" Lan He angrily shouted. At the same time, she carefully probed the location where Yang Kai had just patted with her divine sense, trying to figure out what Yang Kai just did to her. But to her disappointment, no matter how she probed, she didn't find anything. Yang Kai explained with a smile. "Nothing. Don't be so nervous. I just wanted to persuade you not to chase after it. So many people are trying to obtain that thing, so you will definitely not be able to get it. Whether I can snatch it or not, it's none of your business." Lan He looked upset. She thought that this guy was a little interesting, but in the end they had only met by chance, so why was he being so meddlesome? What exactly was going through his mind? Yang Kai shrugged as he replied, "I just wanted to make the suggestion. As for what you do, it is all up to Sister Lan He." Lan He deeply stared at him before speaking. "There's something wrong with your head." After having said this, she turned around and flew towards the starry sky. If it wasn't urgent, she would have definitely taught Yang Kai a good lesson. This guy had been too frivolous from the first time they met, and now he dared to touch her so casually. How utterly shameless. Unfortunately, her mind was preoccupied with the mountains and rivers bell, so she wasn't in the mood to argue with Yang Kai. However, after this latest incident, her impression of Yang Kai had almost hit rock bottom. Seeing her gradually moving away, Yang Kai touched his nose in helplessness. He hadn't intended to make a move against Lan He specifically. It was just that she was right behind him, so there was no one else for him to target. If it had been someone else, Yang Kai would have still acted the way he did. In the blink of an eye, everyone had flown away, each of them seemingly afraid that the others would be a step faster. So, no one spared any effort to catch up with the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai, on the other hand, turned around and flew back towards the dark red star. After a short while, he returned to the place where the mountains and rivers bell had originally been and began looking around with a solemn gaze. There was no one here, but the feeling that made him restless was definitely coming from this place. It was for this reason that he returned here instead of chasing the mountains and rivers bell like everyone else, trying to figure out the cause. After a while, Xianxia noticed something. His eyes immediately brightened as he came to the original location of the mountains and rivers bell. It was originally a small mountain. However, because of the quake caused by the advent of the mountains and rivers bell, the mountain had completely collapsed, and after the mountains and rivers bell flew away on its own, this place had been reduced to nothing but rubble. However, a distinctive scorching energy was leaking from the original location of the mountains and rivers bell. Previously, everyone's attention was drawn to the mountains and rivers bell, so no one noticed the strangeness here. Xianxia couldn't help but be suspicious, wondering what was going on here. After giving it a thought, he flew into the air and punched downward. After a few punches, the ground split apart as a small pit suddenly appeared in his view. Suddenly, incomparable heat gushed out from this pit while at the same time, intense source strength fluctuations spread, catching Xianxia by surprise. Looking down, there was actually a pool of lava inside the pit, and the scorching temperature it gave off caused Xianxia to turn pale. He didn't dare to casually approach it. The fire attribute star source? Xianxia cried out in a low voice as a strange look appeared in his eyes, a bold conjecture flashing across his mind. Was it possible that the fire attribute star source had been hidden here? The reason why Xianxia came to this star in the first place was that Zhong Zhenyong had said that someone here had found traces of a fire attribute star source, but after arriving, the appearance of the mountains and rivers bell had taken away everyone's attention, causing them all to forget about the fire attribute star source. But who could have guessed that the fire attribute star source was actually hidden under the mountains and rivers bell? In fact, by the looks of it, this source was being suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell. It was no wonder dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators with their star seals were unable to find the exact location of the fire attribute star source. It was all because of that bell. At first, when Xianxia arrived here, he too had used his star seal to search for the location of the fire attribute star source. But the sensation he always received was vague and uncertain, making it impossible to get clear directions. It became apparent now that this was because of the existence of the mountains and rivers bell. Now that the mountain and rivers bell had flown away on its own, the fire attribute star source was immediately exposed. The source strength was hidden under the lava here, and it was precisely because of this fire attribute star source that this star was so hot and had produced so many fire attribute spirit medicines. Considering all this, Xianxia couldn't help but become excited. He felt that it really was a wise decision to remain here. So many people were chasing and vying for the mountains and rivers bell, so no one would be able to capture it in short order. However, the fire attribute star source was only discovered by him alone, so he could collect it in peace and at leisure. However, it was just a guess that the fire attribute star source was hidden under this pool of magma. As to whether it was true or not, Xianxia had no way to confirm it. Even if it was true, he still had not found a way to get it. The fire attribute star source wasn't easy to obtain, as just a moment of carelessness here could cause Xianxia to be reduced to ashes. Just when he was at a loss, the magma in front of Xianxia suddenly started boiling. Huge bubbles of hot gas rose to the surface of the magma and burst, causing the surrounding temperature to rise to an unbearable level. Xianxia couldn't help but circulate his source qi to defend his body, only then feeling slightly better. However, this sudden change had caused him to become extremely vigilant, and he immediately took a few steps back. After a moment, the entire magma pool in the huge pit erupted, and immediately afterward, a sharp and clear bird cry reverberated throughout the world, echoing in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia was rooted to the ground, dumbstruck, because this cry sounded quite familiar. In the past, when he was dual cultivating with Su Yan, when the auspicious phenomena of a dragon and phoenix had manifested, the ice phoenix's cry was exactly the same. It shook the listeners' hearts and made all living beings submit to it. Voila! A beautiful, fiery red figure suddenly flew out of the pit, and as it appeared, all the heat flowed away along with it, turning the huge pit of magma into stone in an instant. Suddenly, the sky was obscured by a huge figure as an ear-piercing cry resounded throughout the sky. Xianxia looked up, gawking at the beautiful and incomprehensible figure, nervously gulping as he muttered with difficulty, "A fire phoenix! There were divine spirits in this world, and dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme above these great beasts. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan were the strongest existences among the ancient divine spirits. This was almost an indisputable fact. Putting the Dragon Clan aside, the Phoenix Clan had two major branches: the Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix. These two branches of the Phoenix Clan represented the two great attributes of fire and ice, making them polar opposites of one another. The divine spirit Luanfeng that Xianxia had seen on clear Jade Mountain outside Maplewood City fell under the Fire Phoenix branch. The Luanfeng's world-extinguishing black flame was simply synonymous with destruction and disaster. A single breath of its black flames had caused clear Jade Mountain to burn down, and its fires would undoubtedly continue burning for many years to come. This phenomenon had attracted countless cultivators who cultivated fire attributes, secret arts, and secret techniques to clear Jade Mountain to enter retreat, seeking enlightenment. And the giant, beautiful figure before Xianxia now was undoubtedly an authentic fire phoenix. Its bloodline was even purer than that Luanfeng's. Xianxia had never even dreamed that he would see a fire phoenix in the shattered star sea. Moreover, one that was suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell. Had the cultivators not discovered the mountains and rivers bell by accident, and caused it to fly away, this fire phoenix might still be sleeping under it, never to see the light of the day. No! Xianxia suddenly narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the fire phoenix hovering in the sky as if he had noticed something amiss. Because he noticed that this fire phoenix had no vitality. It could even be said that it had no physical body. Everything about it was composed of pure energy. And when it appeared, Xianxia had clearly felt the energy of a fire attribute star source. In a flash, Xianxia was struck with realization and involuntarily cried, "Phoenix True Fire!" This was not a true fire phoenix divine spirit, it was the Phoenix True Fire. And combined with what Qihai had said before, Xianxia immediately realized that this Phoenix True Fire was left here after the death of Martial Flame Great Emperor. In terms of value, it wasn't inferior to the mountains and rivers bell, and to some, it was a priceless treasure that nothing could compare to. However, why was Yuanding Great Emperor's mountains and rivers bell suppressing Martial Flame Great Emperor's Phoenix True Fire? Didn't these two great emperors jointly attack heaven-devouring Great Emperor? Xianxia was suddenly confused, and he couldn't fathom what happened during the great battle of those great emperors for such a thing to happen. But it was useless to think about matters that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now that the Phoenix True Fire was right before him, the mysteries of this place were also solved. The fire attribute star source on this star was actually the Phoenix True Fire, something far more valuable than a mere fire attribute star source. The Phoenix True Fire carried the inheritance of a true fire phoenix. A fire phoenix would eventually die, but its true fire would never go out. Contained in this Phoenix True Fire was the knowledge and experiences the Fire Phoenix clan had gained over hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. No matter who obtained this Phoenix True Fire, their strength would certainly improve by leaps and bounds. If Lu Yen could absorb this Phoenix True Fire, it might even be possible for her to be reborn as a real fire phoenix. Li! The loud cry rang out again, pulling Xianxia from his excited thoughts. Xianxia was immediately startled by the sight before his eyes. The Phoenix True Fire in the sky had actually started rotating and swiftly turned into a fist-sized ball of fire before flying straight at him. At this moment, Xianxia was frightened out of his senses. He might be proud of his uncommon strength and even dared to fight ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. But in the face of the Phoenix True Fire that was known to be able to burn all things in existence to ash, he didn't even dare to touch it. If he was hit by this flame, he would evaporate instantly. Just when he wanted to run away, a force uncontrollably surged out of Xianxia's body. Immediately afterward, a reverberating and deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky as a golden glow appeared around Xianxia. The golden divine dragon source strength that had been hiding in Xianxia's body all this time directly appeared behind his back at that moment, seemingly stimulated by the Phoenix True Fire. The enormous dragon head stared at the Phoenix True Fire with its house-sized eyes, its golden light giving it a dazzling and majestic look. In a flash, dragon roars and phoenix cries sang one after another, trying to display their majesty to the other. Right afterwards, the two sources clashed with each other mid-air, causing the surrounding space to collapse and the world to crack. Suddenly, a muffled groan came from somewhere nearby, as if someone was injured by these clashes. Yang Kai's eyes immediately turned cold as he turned his head and glanced towards the source of the groan. But when he looked over, he didn't notice anything. At this moment, he had no time to care about other things as he was currently at the center of the collision between the two ancient divine spirit sources. He too was having a hard time holding on, and if the dragon source wasn't safeguarding his body, he might have been long crushed into nothing. Even so, his bones were beginning to crack and golden blood started flowing out as his skin split apart, making him look extremely miserable. The fiery glow became more and more vibrant, but the golden radiance wasn't showing any weakness either. The whole world now seemed to have only two colors. This was a confrontation merely between two sources, without real physical bodies, a battle between the supreme overlords of the ancient divine spirits. Under these surging source strengths, Yang Kai suffered immense pain, but also gained phenomenal insights. Over time, the collision between the two sources seemed to have become even more fearsome, and Yang Kai had no choice but to use his dragon transformation secret technique to cover his entire body in dragon scales. Even so, his blood and source chi were in turmoil from the constant impacts and he kept coughing up blood, looking like he might die at any moment. Although he looked miserable, there was a light of ecstasy in his eyes, because he discovered due to being in the center of this clash, his comprehension of source and principal strength had climbed to a new height in a very short period of time. At this moment, some obscure concepts that he never understood before suddenly became clear. As such, he hoped that this clash would keep going a while longer. What disappointed Yang Kai a little was the fact that these two supreme sources only clashed with each other for less time than it took to drink a cup of tea before they settled down and retreated from each other. However, he could tell that although it seemed that they came out on par in their clash, the fact was that the Phoenix True Fire was slightly inferior. It seemed his golden divine dragon source was a little bit stronger than the Phoenix True Fire. Yang Kai was extremely excited by this discovery. Right then, he grit his teeth and forced the golden divine dragon source once more. The Phoenix True Fire was immediately caught off guard and was enveloped by the dragon source strength. It constantly cried in anger and vigorously struggled, a terrifying display to behold. Yang Kai quickly formed seals with his hands as he summoned the sealed world bead. Suddenly, an entrance to the sealed world bead opened up, sucking the Phoenix True Fire straight into the small sealed world. Immediately afterwards, he mobilized the power of the small world bead and suppressed it. After doing all this, Yang Kai staggered a few steps, his face completely pale as he sweat profusely, making him look like a fish out of water. He hurriedly immersed his consciousness into the small sealed world to check the condition of the Phoenix True Fire. Immediately, he noticed that although the Phoenix True Fire was vehemently struggling, it was unable to free itself from the world's strength. Finally, Yang Kai put his heart to rest. A sense of exhaustion finally struck him as Yang Kai slumped down on the ground. Putting something as powerful as the Phoenix True Fire into the small sealed world had almost completely exhausted his spiritual energy, which was more exhaustive than taking over 100 embodiments into the small sealed world. It was proof in itself how heaven-defying the Phoenix True Fire was. What surprised Yang Kai was that everything went so smoothly. He had just tried to test the waters, that's all. He hadn't expected to succeed on first try. The credit for this mostly went to his golden divine dragon source. Had it not been there to suppress the Phoenix True Fire, Yang Kai would never have been able to obtain it, even with the sealed world bead on his side. How could a supreme source be taken away so easily? Suddenly, a figure appeared from somewhere nearby and sat down cross-legged on the ground, watching Yang Kai with a look of disbelief. Like Yang Kai, his face was similarly pale. Chi Hai. Who would have thought that while everyone was chasing the mountains and rivers Chi Hai would unexpectedly use a concealment-type secret technique to hide here. However, when the two source strengths clashed with each other, Chi Hai seemed to have suffered from the impact. From the look on his face, he seemed to be slightly injured right now. Presumably, he knew that his whereabouts had been exposed, so he no longer hid himself and had appeared in a frank and upright manner. He was looking at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, but he didn't come forward right away, and neither did he show any hostility. He just stood there quietly and waited. Although Yang Kai was recuperating in a cross-legged position, he was also paying a little attention to Chi Hai's movements. He found this cunning refreshing. If it weren't for the groan Chi Hai made when he was injured, Yang Kai would have never thought that there would be someone else beside him here. Obviously, Chi Hai had some motive for secretly staying here. Yang Kai reckoned that it might have something to do with the Phoenix True Fire. In other words, Chi Hai had long known about the Phoenix True Fire being suppressed under the Mountains and Rivers Bell. That's why he didn't chase after the Mountains and Rivers Bell. For a moment, both of them remained silent. The high temperature on the surface of the dark red star seemed to be rapidly dropping because the Phoenix True Fire was taken away. Hissing noises could be heard coming from everywhere because of the rapid drop in the temperature. After half an hour, Yang Kai finally opened his eyes. Even though adjusting his breathing for this half hour wasn't enough to fully replenish his spiritual energy, he wasn't as tired as before. Not to mention, he also had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, which was nourishing his soul every moment. So there was no need to deliberately restore his spiritual energy. Next, he turned and deeply stared at Chi Hai. This guy had been sitting there all the while. He didn't disturb Yang Kai's recovery, nor did it look like he had any malicious intentions. So what did he want? However, Yang Kai could tell that Chi Hai wasn't hostile to him. On the contrary, because of his shocking battle which had just taken place, it seemed Chi Hai's gaze was filled with intense fear. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Chi Hai's expression turned serious as he quickly cupped his fists and introduced himself. This one's name is Chi Hai. I think you should know me by now. Friend, may I have the honor of knowing your name? Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't conceal his name because he believed that he wasn't famous. His fame couldn't be compared to that of top disciples from top sects, so it didn't matter if he said his real name. So it is Brother Yang Kai. Greetings. Chi Hai cupped his fists again, wondering in his heart. He kept recalling the names of the elite disciples of the sects of 4 territories of the star boundary, but he found that there was no Yang Kai among them. Brother Chi Hai, is there something I can do for you? Yang Kai indifferently asked. Chi Hai smiled in embarrassment as he stated, You can indeed do something for me. This Chi has a presumptuous request. Yang Kai interrupted with a snort. Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't ask. Chi Hai immediately choked, rendered speechless. He was only being polite by saying so and hadn't expected Yang Kai to give such a harsh reply. This made him really helpless. I am a little curious, though. Yang Kai calmly gazed at Chi Hai. Everyone chased after the Mountains and Rivers Bell. So why did Brother Chi Hai secretly stay here? Did you already know something? Chi Hai had displayed extensive knowledge about the past and knew many secrets that others had never even heard of. He was also the one who revealed information about the war between the great emperors. He might have hidden some of the insider information. Chi Hai raised his brow, but instead of replying, he counter-questioned Yang Kai. What about Brother Yang? You flew off and then came back. You wouldn't happen to know something too, would you? Yang Kai calmly answered. I suddenly got a stomach ache, so I ran back to take a dump. Chi Hai's face darkened upon hearing this. Yang Kai continued. Brother Chi Hai has been hiding here all the while. Didn't you see me creating a big hole on the ground as soon as I came back? I was going to take care of my business here. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? The corners of Chi Hai's mouth twitched as he stated. Brother Yang's luck is quite heaven-defying. Chi Hai's expression clearly stated that only some idiot would believe him, but Yang Kai didn't mind. Instead, he meaningfully grinned and stated, Brother Chi, if you know something, you might as well tell me about it. Since things have come to pass like this, there is no point in hiding it anymore. Chi Hai's face slightly sank. Obviously, he was feeling frustrated, but after a long time, he heaved a sigh before he confirmed it with a nod. I do know something. Yang Kai's eyes immediately lit up as he stated, This Yang is all ears. Chi Hai continued, I knew that the Phoenix True Fire was suppressed under the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Yang Kai immediately voiced his doubt. I'm extremely puzzled about this. Didn't Yuanding Great Emperor and Martial Flame Great Emperor join hands to deal with heaven-devouring Great Emperor? How did Yuanding Great Emperor end up using his mountains and rivers bell to suppress Martial Flame Great Emperor's Phoenix True Fire? Were they enemies? Qi Hai denied, shaking his head. Brother Yang's conjecture is wrong. Yuanding Great Emperor and Martial Flame Great Emperor were indeed companions, and they joined hands to deal with heaven-devouring Great Emperor in that battle long ago. But there is a special reason why the Phoenix True Fire was suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell. Can you tell me the details? Yang Kai earnestly asked. Qi Hai pondered for a moment before answering. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor was incredibly shrewd on top of being extremely powerful. He had many trump cards up his sleeve, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest expert in the Star Boundary's entire history. However, even though he was a great emperor, he wasn't immortal or indestructible. In his era, his cultivation had reached a level which no one could surpass, but he still wanted to go further. Brother Yang, can you guess what he wanted when his strength and status reached that level? Yang Kai wasn't a fool. After listening to Qi Hai, he could pretty much guess it, and an intelligent gleam flashed past his eyes as he muttered in surprise. Eternal life? Qi Hai confirmed it with a nod. Yes, heaven-devouring Great Emperor wanted to have the longevity of the heavens and earth, sharing brilliance with the sun and moon. Yang Kai gasped in shock. What a big appetite! Qi Hai chuckled. You and I still haven't reached that realm. If you or I had the cultivation and abilities of heaven-devouring Great Emperor, we might also consider this, but it is not that easy to achieve immortality and have an indestructible body. However, rumor has it that there was a precious treasure formed just as the heavens and earth first came into being from the undivided chaos. The Immortal Tree. Yang Kai's eyes twitched ever so slightly hearing this. Qi Hai continued, not noticing this slight twitch. According to the ancient rumors, if one can obtain the Immortal Tree and refine it, they can obtain an immortal and indestructible body. Yang Kai burst into laughter. Does Brother Qi believe this kind of unfounded rumor? Qi Hai earnestly looked at him and asked, Why? Don't you believe it? Yang Kai quickly replied, A tree that can make someone immortal and indestructible? That's just some tale used to deceive children. Brother Qi Hai, you are already an adult. Don't believe such nonsense. Qi Hai shook his head and stated, In this world, there are many marvelous and exotic treasures, each of which has an incomprehensible and unimaginable effect. The Immortal Tree can indeed make someone immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai feigned surprise and asked, Is that true? Then does Brother Qi know how one can become immortal and indestructible using the Immortal Tree? Qi Hai bitterly smiled and stated, I don't know anything about that. How can it be that easy to see the Immortal Tree? Since ancient times, the people who have seen the Immortal Tree should not exceed 5. Yang Kai rebuked in his heart. Bullshit, when I got the Immortal Tree, at least 6 or 7 people saw it. However, the fact that Qi Hai didn't know how to use the Immortal Tree inevitably disappointed Yang Kai. He thought that since Qi Hai was so knowledgeable, perhaps he could get some information about the Immortal Tree from him. After Yang Kai obtained the Immortal Tree back then, he had tried refining it many times in order to achieve an immortal and indestructible body. But no matter what method Yang Kai tried, he discovered that he couldn't refine the Immortal Tree at all. Back then, he was just an origin-returning realm cultivator, so it was reasonable to assume that his cultivation was simply too low. But now, he was a third-order Dao Source Realm Master, yet he still couldn't refine it. The biggest role the Immortal Tree played today was to bring great vitality to the small sealed world, allowing the spirit medicines in his medicine garden to grow rapidly. It shortened the growth cycle of these spirit medicines by a great deal. Occasionally, Yang Kai would also use the rich vitality exuded by the Immortal Tree to heal his injuries. Likewise, its leaves could also be used to instantly heal severe wounds. Besides this, it had no other effect. As for achieving an immortal and indestructible body, Yang Kai had no clue about this. In the past, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor once went looking for the Immortal Tree to gain immortality. He even tore apart the Star Boundary's starlight corridor and invaded countless lower star fields. Every time he went to a star field, countless cultivation stars would be devoured by him, plunging people into misery and suffering. It was for this reason that he finally incurred the wrath of the entire world. Qi unhurriedly continued. But unfortunately, even the heaven-devouring great emperor was unable to find the immortal tree. Xianxia was filled with fear after hearing this. He could say for sure that the heaven-devouring great emperor had never been to Hungluo Starfield. Had he been there, he might have really found the immortal tree. However, his arrival would have definitely brought doom to the Hungluo Starfield. Qi continued. Unable to find the immortal tree, the heaven-devouring great emperor could only look for other methods. The popular rumor is that the reason why the other great emperors besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor in the Shattered Star Sea was because his behavior was no longer acceptable, but in fact that was only a part of the reason. Xianxia's expression changed as he asked, "What's the other reason?" There was another bigger reason. He wanted to attack another great emperor and snatch something from him. Hearing this, Xianxia's mind quickly started working. All of a sudden, he was struck with some realization as cried out in alarm. Could it be? Qi confirmed it with a nod. Yes, it's exactly as Brother Yang has guessed. It is absolutely impossible for great emperors to fight if there isn't an absolute irreconcilable enmity between them. However, the heaven-devouring great emperor's conduct undoubtedly touched the inverse scale and bottom line of all the other great emperors. If they ignored this, the next unlucky person might be themselves, so they formed an alliance and declared war against heaven-devouring great emperor. Their battle shattered the sky and split worlds, causing the universe to shatter, resulting in the creation of this shattered star sea. What the heaven-devouring great emperor wanted to steal was the martial flame great emperor's phoenix true fire. Qi's face grew serious. The phoenix true fire is the inheritance of a true fire phoenix. The fire phoenix might die, but its phoenix fire will never go out. It even has the heaven-defying divine ability of nirvana, so the phoenix true fire is also known as the nirvana true fire. It's ranked at the top among all the exotic fires created by the heavens. The heaven-devouring great emperor wanted to obtain the phoenix true fire and understand the mysteries of eternal life from it. If the heaven-devouring great emperor really succeeded in getting his hands on it, then he might have really gotten what he wanted. During that battle, the martial flame great emperor was the first to fall under the hands of heaven-devouring great emperor. After all, he was the main focus of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The phoenix true fire was also pulled out by him, but in order to prevent the heaven-devouring great emperor from getting his hands on the phoenix true fire, the Yuanding great emperor could only use his own mountains and rivers bell to suppress it. He was also helpless. And without the mountains and rivers bell, the Yuanding great emperor's strength plummeted. So he too followed the footsteps of the martial flame great emperor. However, the phoenix true fire suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell was sent away by another great emperor during the tangled fight. It had been missing since then. Over the years, countless cultivators have entered the shattered star sea to find the treasures left by the fallen great emperors. But few knew that the phoenix true fire was being suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell. Listening to Qi, Xianxia immediately understood why he secretly remained, and he couldn't help but smile as he praised, "Brother Qi, you really know a great deal." Qi stated, "This Qi has been paying attention to the whereabouts of the phoenix true fire, and has also read countless ancient books due to some special circumstances." Special circumstances? Xianxia raised his brow. Qi timely cupped his fists and explained, "I'll be honest with Brother Yang. This Qi's wife was severely injured 20 years ago, and had been in a coma since then. Although this Qi has tried everything to save her, I could only keep her barely alive. It's not a long-term solution. In order to save her, apart from the immortal source liquid on the immortal tree, only the phoenix true fire will do." Xianxia's face turned livid as he coldly snorted and asked, "Brother Qi, did you come to me to ask for the phoenix true fire? If so, then this Yang has been wrong about you. It was a pleasant talk, but I didn't expect that Brother Qi had this plan in his mind." "Goodbye, Brother Yang. You are misunderstanding me." Qi hurriedly waved his hands. "Can you please listen to me first?" Xianxia coldly glanced at him and stated, "I'm neither your friend nor your relative. Why must I care about your troubles? Large beads of sweat immediately appeared on Chi-Hi's forehead and he promptly swore. If Brother Yang is willing to help me this time, this Chi is willing to pay any price. Whatever Brother Yang asks of me, this Chi will definitely do it for you. Even if I want you dead? Yang Kai pursed his lips as a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Chi-Hi's face slightly changed, but he quickly gave a big-hearted smile. If Brother Yang really saves my wife, this Chi will commit suicide in front of you. Yang Kai's expression changed ever so slightly, the corners of his lips twitching as he muttered, "You're crazy." Chi-Hi smiled instead and asked, "I wonder whether Brother Yang had met a woman whom you can depend on to stand beside you even in the face of death? If you have met such a woman, you will be able to understand this Chi's feelings." Several beautiful figures flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, and he couldn't help but be a little moved. He wondered if those few encountered something similar, what would he do? Suddenly he understood Chi-Hi's feelings. "Although I sympathize with you, I can't give you the Phoenix True Fire." Yang Kai shook his head. The Phoenix True Fire was too precious and he already planned to give it to Lu Yuan. He couldn't hand it to Chi-Hi just because of a few words. Who knows if this Chi-Hi was speaking the truth or not? Even if what he said was true, there was no friendship between them that would warrant such a sacrifice. Chi-Hi stated, "Brother Yang, you really misunderstood me. I don't want your Phoenix True Fire." Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he asked, "Then what do you want?" Chi-Hi replied, "I just wanted to ask Brother Yang to come with me. You only need to use the Nirvana divine ability of the Phoenix True Fire a little. It will be enough to save my wife, and you will not lose the slightest." "Just this?" Yang Kai asked, surprised. "Just this?" Chi-Hi solemnly nodded. Yang Kai pondered for a while before asking, "What kind of injuries has your wife suffered? Why are you sure that the Phoenix True Fire will save her?" Chi-Hi's expression turned dark as he explained, "It's not an injury per se, but more of a kind of cold poison. At the edge of the Eastern Territory lies the vast ancient wildlands. Only a few people ever set foot into those lands and fewer return. But where there is danger, there is also opportunity. Many masters of the Eastern Territory like to go to the ancient wildlands to explore and temper themselves. My wife once went to the ancient wildlands alone 20 years ago, from which she returned seriously wounded a month later. Since then, she has been in a coma. According to my Chi family fort's alchemist, my wife was poisoned, and the poison in her system is none other than the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain." Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. Yang Kai's face immediately changed when he heard this, and he couldn't help but cry out in shock. "One of the 10 extreme poisons?" Chi-Hi looked at Yang Kai in surprise as he asked, "Brother Yang knows about the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "I've heard of it." Chi-Hi bitterly smiled. "Since Brother Yang has heard of it, you should know that there is basically no cure for someone afflicted by this kind of poison." "Indeed." Yang Kai slightly sighed. There was no cure for any of the 10 extreme poisons. Basically, one would just be counting his or her days unless he or she encountered some astonishing treasure, such as the Immortal tree. However, the Phoenix True Fire's Nirvana divine ability may be able to cure my wife. Chi-Hi blazingly stared at Yang Kai as he continued. "My main purpose for entering the Shattered Star Sea this time was to find the Phoenix True Fire and take it back to the Chi family fort. But, after watching everything, this Chi realized that he was far too naive. With my current strength, I wouldn't have been able to even approach the Phoenix True Fire." Chi-Hi had naturally seen the Golden Divine Dragon Source strength breaking out of Yang Kai and its fight with the Phoenix True Fire. Just remembering that terrifying battle made him tremble all over. "Brother Chi, you are overestimating me. I still haven't subdued it. I was only able to temporarily suppress it," Yang Kai calmly explained. "Suppressed?" Chi-Hi nervously gulped. It sounded even more unbelievable than Yang Kai subduing the Phoenix True Fire, and he immediately muttered in admiration. "Brother Yang is really amazing." Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he stated, "Although even the heavens and earth would be moved by Brother Chi's feelings for your wife, please forgive this Yang for being incapable of helping you." Chi-Hi's face darkened. He knew that he couldn't force this kind of thing. Xianxia hadn't subdued or refined the Phoenix True Fire at all, so even if he did want to help, he was unable to do so. This was a simple fact. In order to save Qihai's wife, Xianxia must first refine the Phoenix True Fire. Otherwise, once he took out the Phoenix True Fire, not to mention saving his wife, everyone might be burned to ashes in an instant. Then, will Brother Yang come to the Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory after you have refined the Phoenix True Fire someday? Qihai pleadingly looked at Xianxia before earnestly swearing, "Right now. This is my last hope to save my beloved wife. Brother Yang, rest assured, this Qi will never divulge anything he witnessed today. If I do so, may I be struck by lightning." Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory? Xianxia raised his brow. That's right. If it's the Eastern Territory, I may go there someday. Xianxia nodded. This time, whether he could get Xiao Zhao's whereabouts from Yin Lusheng or not, he had to go to the Eastern Territory because Xiao Xiao may very well be in the Eastern Territory. Really? Qihai was overjoyed when he heard this. He cried, lost in happiness. Great! When Brother Yang comes to the Eastern Territory, just ask about the ancient wildlands. My Qi family fort is near the ancient wildlands. We'll see when the time comes. Xianxia didn't agree right away. He couldn't easily make a promise when it came to matters like this. If he failed to fulfill his promise, it would definitely make Qihai hate him. Qihai obviously understood this, but the initiative was entirely in Xianxia's hands, so he couldn't force the issue. He could only take out a communication bead from his space ring and carefully hand it to Xianxia. Brother Yang, this is this Qi's communication bead. It might be to use in the future. Xianxia took it and threw it into his space ring before cupping his fist and bidding him farewell. Then, let's part ways here. Qihai nodded with a complicated look on his face. Before Xianxia left, Qihai suddenly cried, "Brother Yang, wait a moment. What's wrong?" Xianxia gazed back at him. Qihai earnestly asked, "Brother Yang, are you planning to chase after the mountains and rivers bell?" Xianxia replied with a smile, "How can I let a great emperor's artifact slip? I should give it a try." Qihai stated, "Yuanding Great Emperor's mountains and rivers bell is extremely powerful. No one in the Dao Source realm can succeed in subduing it unless you can get the approval of the artifact spirit and let it choose you as its master." Hearing this, Xianxia flicked his hair as he narcissistically stated, "Since I'm so handsome, it should take a liking to me." Qihai's face turned black. Brother Yang is a dragon among men, but if you want to subdue the mountains and rivers bell, you can't just depend on handsomeness. Qihai summoned up his courage and stated. He was the one requesting Xianxia's help, so he couldn't be too straightforward, lest he made Xianxia upset. Xianxia's expression changed as he asked, "Judging by Brother Qi's words, do you know the way to conquer the mountains and rivers bell?" "Of course I don't know the way to subdue it, but this Qi has some information about it for Brother Yang." "Oh? Let's hear it." Xianxia immediately became interested. Qihai continued, "The world only knows that the mountains and rivers bell is the Yuanding Great Emperor's natal emperor artifact. But what few know is that the mountains and rivers bell didn't belong to the Yuanding Great Emperor from the start. It's an ancient exotic artifact. Ancient exotic artifact." Xianxia's pupils shrank after hearing this. "Indeed," Qihai explained with a nod. "It was precisely because the Yuanding Great Emperor got his hands on the mountains and rivers bell that he could become a great emperor. It could be said that the mountains and rivers bell made him a great emperor. So it was like this." Xianxia got to hear a lot of surprising things. This was really a big secret, and had Qihai not told him, Xianxia might never have learned this. If not, how can the mountains and rivers bell suppress the Phoenix True Fire? What's more, after the suppression, even heaven-devouring Great Emperor was unable to break through its defenses. If it were a normal Emperor artifact, it would have been impossible for it to suppress the Phoenix True Fire for tens of thousands of years. Xianxia felt that this also made sense. The Phoenix True Fire was extremely overbearing, yet it was suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell for tens of thousands of years. If the mountains and rivers bell hadn't flown away on its own, it might have been impossible for the Phoenix True Fire to see daylight again. Then Brother Qi, isn't there something you were going to tell me? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Qihai's expression turned grim as he continued. It is written in ancient records that the Yuanding Great Emperor had ventured into the Eastern Territory's ancient wildlands in the past. There, he had stumbled upon an enormous bell. It was the Mountains and Rivers Bell. At that time, Yuan Divine Great Emperor was just an ordinary Emperor Realm Master. He wanted to subdue the Mountains and Rivers Bell but was unable to. In the end, he forcefully endured its 81 gongs and finally won the approval of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Only then was he able to bring it out from ancient wildlands. The Mountains and Rivers Bell actually came from the ancient wildlands. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He had heard Qihai mention ancient wildlands before, but he hadn't paid too much attention to it. But now, after hearing that the Mountains and Rivers Bell came from the ancient wildlands, Yang Kai naturally realized that it was an incredible place. Secretly, he decided that he would go there and take a look if got the opportunity. However, the Yuanding Great Emperor actually endured 81 gongs to finally obtain the Mountains and Rivers Bell's recognition. It was a remarkable feat. Yang Kai had also experienced the might of the Mountains and Rivers Bell firsthand. A third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator had died on spot just by coming in contact with it. So Yang Kai wasn't confident that he could withstand its 81 gongs. By informing him of this, Qihai had undoubtedly provided Yang Kai with a way to subdue the Mountains and Rivers Bell. But the danger was also great. Brother Yang, if you are uncertain, I advise you to ignore the Mountains and Rivers Bell. There are still many priceless treasures in the Shattered Star Sea. You and I can together? Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai interrupted him. I would still like to go and see. Qihai's face darkened as he said, since that's the case, then this Qi won't persuade you anymore. Brother Yang, please be careful along the way. Many thanks, Brother Qi. See you again. Yang Kai pursed his lips into a smile, and while speaking, his figure flickered, flying off into the void. Qihai stood in his place, staring at Yang Kai's back with a complicated look on his face. Only after a long time did a heavy sigh finally escape his lips before he went searching in another direction. Alone. He didn't have a deep friendship with Yang Kai, but judging by the fact that Yang Kai promised him that he would visit the Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory if he got the chance, it was quite evident that Yang Kai was an easygoing person. Had it been someone else, he or she would have totally ignored him or, more likely, silenced him. After all, Qihai had witnessed Yang Kai suppressing and subduing the Phoenix True Fire. If the word of this got out, Yang Kai would have pretty hard days ahead of him. It was precisely for this reason that Qihai vowed first to not speak a word of what he saw. However, he had no confidence that Yang Kai would go to the Qi family fort and look for him. If Yang Kai didn't visit, then his wife would really die, but even if Yang Kai went there, in light of his wife's current condition, she only had a slim chance, that's all. Oh. Yang Kai flew in the direction of the Mountains and Rivers Bell for half a day before he suddenly sensed that soul mark he had left on Lan He. When Lan He passed by him earlier, he deliberately patted Lan He's shoulder, just so that he could plant the soul mark, giving him a chance to track the Mountain and Rivers Bell easily. As for becoming the target of Lan He's discontent and suspicion, that was inevitable and unavoidable. Without this soul mark, Yang Kai would never be able to track the location of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Yang Kai immediately flew in the direction of the soul mark, and after another hour, Yang Kai finally saw Lan He's figure somewhere in the void. However, what surprised him was that Lan He was fighting with some people at this moment. Furthermore, she was being besieged. Yang Kai focused his gaze and found that two besieging here were third-order Dao Source Realm Masters. Their cultivation was pretty good, and with 1 against 2 Lan He appeared to be in a rather precarious situation. She seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries already, and she was bleeding in a lot of places. When he took a second look at the surroundings, Yang Kai found that almost none of the dozens of cultivators that were on the dark red star before had fallen. Everyone was here, and the Mountains and Rivers Bell was hovering in the void in one place, completely still. Everyone was looking at the Mountains and Rivers Bell with a greedy and covetous gaze, but no one stepped forward to fight for it. Yang Kai found this extremely strange, and he had no idea what was going on here. However, what put his heart at ease was that Yin Lushang of the Netherworld sect was still here. Yang Kai was pretty relieved by this. The Shattered Star Sea was so vast, So if he lost track of Yin Lishang, Yang Kai wasn't confident he could find him again. Almost everyone remained still in the void. Only Lan he was fighting with two opponents. So Yang Kai's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Yin Lishang, too, indifferently glanced at him. But as Yang Kai was wearing a disguise, he wasn't recognized. Don't come here. Just when Yang Kai was rushing over, Lan He, who happened to be fighting and at a disadvantage, suddenly shouted at Yang Kai. Due to this momentary distraction, she had suffered 2 more wounds as blood spurted from them. Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment, wondering why she prevented him from approaching when she was still being ganged upon. If it was because she was disgusted by his previous actions, then she was being too sensitive. However, very soon Yang Kai understood her intention. Just as he rushed over, he suddenly noticed an anomaly around him. There was a natural spirit array hidden in this place, one that was extremely dangerous and well concealed. He didn't notice it from outside at all, but as soon as he entered it, Yang Kai felt as if he was surrounded by a crisis, unable to find a way out. No wonder no one was acting rashly when the mountains and rivers bell was right in front of them. The place where the mountains and rivers bell was seemed to be the most dangerous place in this entire natural spirit array, causing Yang Kai to tremble all over. After understanding this, Yang Kai's face turned black. The dozens of cultivators in the vicinity were looking at him with a mocking look on their faces, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he shouted, "What are you looking at? Bunch of wastes. Do you believe this young master won't gouge your eyes out?" Having accidentally rushed into this natural spirit array had somewhat annoyed Yang Kai, and even though it was normal for these people to not warn him, their act of taking pleasure in his misfortune was very irritating. As soon as he said this, several dozen pairs of eyes were fixed on him, their murderous intent instantly spilling over to the surroundings, causing this part of the void to freeze. Every cultivator here was an elite of some great force and had always been to ones to be on the receiving end of respect. But today, they had been called wastes by Yang Kai. How could they take it? Not to mention, Yang Kai scolded everyone in one sentence. He was too lawless and he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead person. Yang Kai spat disdainfully, as if he didn't put any of them in his eyes. He then turned to Lan He and asked, "What hatred or grievance do you have with these two that you have to fight here?" The act of Lan He warning him not to come when she was under attack had slightly moved Yang Kai. Naturally, he couldn't sit back and watch this without doing anything. Lan He lashed out, annoyed. "It's a matter between our sects, nothing to do with personal enmity." The reason why she warned Yang Kai was not because she was trying to save Yang Kai. Rather, she wanted Yang Kai to send a message to her sect to inform them about her own situation. If she died here, at least someone would know about it. But this idiot actually rushed in, so now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Lan He found that ever since she met this guy, everything had been going wrong, as if he was some kind of god of misfortune plaguing her. One of the two men besieging Lan He shouted, "Slut, eldest senior brother was castrated by you. He is neither man nor ghost from now on, and you dare to say that it has nothing to do with personal enmity." As soon as this was mentioned, everyone's expression was unusually brilliant and secretly sympathized with that unknown eldest senior brother. As a man, getting castrated was a tragic thing, and just the thought of it caused many legs to clamp tightly. Lan He rebuked with a cold snort. "He used that thing to try to commit an outrageous act against me. He should be punished for it." The man angrily lashed out. "With your looks, no man in this world will ever be interested in you. I think you were just jealous. That's why you did such a sinister thing to eldest senior brother." The other man yelled, "Yes, as a woman, you'll never get to have a man in your life. If you don't believe it, you can try it out and see if any man here will be interested in you." "He's a she." One of the surrounding cultivators stared at Lan He with widened eyes as he asked in amazement, "I'm really blind. I thought she was a man." TSK, this girl is really interesting. Could it be that she was born in the wrong family? Haha, you don't understand. The more a woman is like her, the more interesting it is to play with her. Sii, brother, your tastes are quite heavy. Lan He's face flushed red while listening to the noisy comments coming from all around her. Whether it was because she was angered or ashamed, however, it was impossible to tell. Even though she had a neutral personality and her appearance was flat, she was still a woman and naturally felt embarrassed when someone spoke such things right in her face. Even if her will was firm, she couldn't help being disturbed by such overt harassment. Seeing this, the two cultivators besieging her looked happy and started to attack even more ruthlessly. Lan He was quite strong, though, so although her two attackers had an absolute advantage, they would still have to pay a hefty price if they wanted to really kill her. But at this moment, Lan He's emotions were in chaos, so her defeat was imminent. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, another person broke into laughter, mocking Lan He. Who hasn't heard of the famous Heavenly Wolf Valley's eldest senior brother Lan He? Oh, sorry, I was wrong. It should be eldest senior sister. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai found this person's voice familiar, turning his head to look and realizing it was none other than Brahma Holy Land's holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, whom he had met once before. The speaker was Zhang Hao, who had fought against Yang Kai before. By the looks of it, he was acquainted with Lan He, and it didn't sound like a friendly relationship. There might be some dispute between them, so he didn't shy away from adding insult to injury here. Heavenly Wolf Valley? Yang Kai raised his brow, feeling as if he had heard of this sect somewhere before, but even after mulling over it, he couldn't remember. Whether she is a man or a woman, let's quickly check it. Someone made a ruckus, rallying many along with him. Shut up. Yang Kai glared at everyone before sneering. Is it really that interesting to watch a group of men bully a woman? The person, who just yelled, immediately lashed out angrily. Little brat, who do you think you are? You were just being arrogant and now you dare to treat others with contempt? I dare you report your name. Others also glared at Yang Kai and everyone was extremely dissatisfied with his arrogant attitude. Yang Kai coldly snorted, completely ignoring that one who spoke before his figure flickered, and he flew towards Lan He. Halfway there, he summoned 100 golden blood threads. Suddenly, a dazzling golden flash blinded everyone as the golden blood threads soared through the void. Although the two besieging Lan He were focused on their battle with Lan He, they were still paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements. After all, he seemed to have some friendship with her. So, when Yang Kai made a move, the two of them promptly reacted, one of them turning to confront Yang Kai, shouting, "Boy, you court death!" Unleashing a slash from his sword, it seemed as if space was being cut asunder. The incomparably fierce blade aura made the world go dark and everyone paled at the sight of this. But suddenly, the golden blood threads transformed into an enormous golden net that gave the impression that it could cover the entire world, directly trapping the sword wave. The next moment, grating noises rang out. Although the sword wave was quite strong, it was unable to break through the golden blood threads. Instead, it was pushed back while the golden blood thread net remained completely unaffected, and it continued shooting straight towards the cultivator while shrinking rapidly, looking like it was about to wrap around him. The man's face drastically changed. Although he had no idea what was special about this golden net, the terrifying fluctuations emanating from it were impossible to ignore. Not daring to let it touch him, he made a prompt retreat. But the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as his face went pale as a ghost. Because Yang Kai, who had been hundreds of meters away from him before, was now somehow standing right before him with a wicked grin on his face. The vicious glint in Yang Kai's eyes made this man's feet go cold as he trembled all over. He didn't even notice how Yang Kai got so close to him. It was as if he had fallen into a momentary trance, then the two were already standing face to face. As their gazes met, that cultivator only saw a white lotus bud image suddenly fly out of Yang Kai's left eye. The bud was spotless and pure, but it disappeared in a flash. The next moment, his knowledge sea suddenly shook, making him dizzy and almost knocking him off the ground. The next moment, Yang Kai threw a punch. At the same time, the sound of ribs cracking came out as blood splashed into the void. The man stood rooted in place, dazed as he gawked at Yang Kai with a look of incredulity hanging on his face. At the same time, gasps could be heard coming from all around. because everyone saw Yang Kai rush in front of his opponent using some unknown secret technique or divine ability. The next moment, a painful look appeared on his opponent's face before Yang Kai punched straight through the man's chest, leaving a huge gaping hole. The eyes of all the cultivators standing nearby this place jumped wildly, because at this moment, Yang Kai was actually holding a beating heart in his hand. This scene was so bloody that they didn't dare to look directly at it. With a slight force, the heart burst apart, and along with this sound, the head of the cultivator, whose chest was punched through, tilted to one side as his aura disappeared altogether. Gudong. Sounds of everyone nervously gulping were heard, one after another. Many people's gazes toward Yang Kai changed dramatically as even the strongest and most prideful people present here had serious and grim looks on their faces. Killing a cultivator of the same level in the blink of an eye and in a completely relaxed fashion was not something everyone present here could do. Even if they could do it, they would have to resort to their most powerful secret techniques, which would consume a lot of their strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai just summoned a big golden net and then threw a punch. It was like he was killing a chicken rather than a third-order Dao Source Realm master. Only now did everyone finally realize that Yang Kai had the capital to act so arrogant, not putting any of them in his eyes. It's him? Xianxia narrowed his eyes, staring at Yang Kai closely, seemingly realizing something. Who? Xianxia asked in a low voice. Xianxia answered with a grim look. If I'm not mistaken, he's the guy we saw with Yuing before. Xianxia was greatly shocked. How is that possible? Didn't you injure that guy in one move? How can he be this strong then? Not to mention, the two of them look completely different. Xianxia explained, one's appearance can be changed, but their aura can't be disguised. I could tell when he made his move just now. This kid hid himself deeply. He definitely concealed his strength before. But if he is here, what about Yuing? Xianxia replied with a straight face. Since this brat is so ruthless, Yu Ying's fate was most likely quite miserable. Xianxia worriedly stated. I hit him before. I wonder if he's holding a grudge against me for it. If he attacked me like how he just did. At this point, his face went slightly pale. As a holy son of Brahma Holy Land, Xianxia had never been afraid of anyone in the Dao Source Realm before, but witnessing Yang Kai's decisive and ruthless move, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Zhang Xian's expression changed as he proposed. If Yuing really died under his hand, we can inform the Netherworld sect. Yin Lushang isn't a well-tempered man. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he hurriedly agreed with a nod. Yes, we can do this. While the two were secretly communicating, the battle on Lan He's side ended. Lan He was not to be underestimated based on her stunted growth and appearance. Her strength was nothing to make light of. The reason she had fallen into a disadvantage before was that she was fighting 1 versus 2, but now that Yang Kai had instantly killed one of her attackers, shaking the other's nerves greatly, it didn't take long for Lang He to kill him by taking advantage of the lapse in concentration. Immediately after, 2 star seals flew up into the void before being taken away by Yang Kai and Lan He respectively. Even the space rings were quickly divvied up by them. Having survived the disaster, Lan He gratefully glanced at Yang Kai. No matter why Yang Kai had helped her, the fact was that Yang Kai had saved her life. Had Yang Kai not made a move, her death would have just been a matter of time. At best, she could have dragged one of her attackers down with her. Who was it that was asking who this young master thinks he is? Yang Kai looked around and shouted in an arrogant manner. Come! Come! Stand forth. This young master will tell you now. The person who had spoken earlier had already hidden behind the crowd, trembling in fear. Friend, you should show some propriety, shouldn't you? Zhang Hao suddenly sneered as he rebuked, looking at Yang Kai. Could it be you think that you are invincible in this world and everyone here is beneath you? His words had dragged everyone into this mess in one go, causing all of them to direct their anger towards Yang Kai. Although it was obvious Zhang Hao was instigating discord, Yang Kai's attitude was indeed over the top. So what if I think you are beneath me? Come and bite me. Yang Kai coldly glared at Zhang Hao, who didn't know that an early bird is shot first. Zhang Hao coldly snorted, but he wasn't angry. Rather, he looked at Yang Kai with a grin and a cold expression on his face. "Where is my junior sister Yuing?" someone suddenly asked. Yang Kai raised his brow, turning his gaze towards the speaker. Immediately, a weird look appeared on his face, as this person was none other than Yin Lishang. "This is interesting. I have been looking for him, and now he came to me first, but the first thing he asks is about Yuing. How did he know about Yuing having been with me? I've already changed my appearance." However, very soon, realization dawned upon Yang Kai as he took a deep look at Zhang Hao, realizing that he had been recognized after making a move just now. "Long time no see. Who would have thought that you would have grown to this level?" Yin Lishang looked at Yang Kai coldly, while inside he was feeling quite shocked. Apparently, he already knew of his real identity. After all, Zhong Jinyong had sent him some information earlier, revealing some news about this newcomer. It was precisely because of this that Yin Lishang looked shocked. He could cultivate to the third-order Dao source realm because of the vigorous support of an entire sect and the teachings of a powerful master. He didn't believe that Yang Kai was blessed with such luck. If Yang Kai didn't have such conditions and could still cultivate to the same level as him, it was evident that Yang Kai had encountered a great opportunity. "You aren't bad either," Yang Kai sneered. Since his identity had been revealed, it didn't make sense to hide anymore, so he simply reached out and took off his mask, immediately revealing his real appearance. "Sure enough, it's you." Yin Lishang's expression suddenly changed. Coming face to face with his enemy, his eyes started flashing fire and he gritted his teeth and added, "You're pretty sturdy. Not only did you survive the disaster back then, but you also came to the Shattered Star Sea." Yang Kai glared at him coldly before asking in a grim voice, "Yin Lishang, I'll just ask you one question, you better answer me honestly. Where is the puppet that was with me back then?" Yin Lishang slightly smiled upon hearing this before responding, "Who knows? Since it's your puppet, why are you asking me?" As expected, he does know about Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai's brow twitched. Although Yin Lishang didn't directly answer Yang Kai's question, Yang Kai could tell from his tone and demeanor. Yang Kai immediately became furious and he glared at him and stated, "It seems that you're not going to tell me." Yin Lishang rebuked with a grin. "Since you know it, why bother asking?" "Good." Yang Kai nodded as his aura instantly became extremely ferocious, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey, causing everyone present to shudder. "Since you aren't going to tell me, this young master will beat you until you start speaking." Yin Lishang's face turned ashen as he spoke. "Do you really think you are invincible in this world?" "I admit I'm not invincible in this world, but pinching you to death will not be a problem." Yin Lishang broke into laughter instead of getting angry. "You think so? Why? Because you are a star master." "What? Brother Yin, what did you just say? Is this brat really a star master? Aren't star masters cultivators who came from lower star fields? Who would have thought that this little brat would be one of them? I heard that all star masters have an intact star source, giving them a unique advantage in cultivating the heavenly way and martial Tao. I wonder if it's true or false." Upon hearing that Yang Kai was a star master, all the cultivators in the vicinity broke into pandemonium. They stared at Yang Kai with a heated gaze, as if they were looking at a huge piece of fresh meat. Everyone had come to the Shattered Star Sea in search of source strength, but the source strength here was all from mere shattered star sources, nothing more. Although absorbing and refining these shattered sources would still provide them an edge in cultivation, at the end of the day, they were still just broken remnants. How could they be comparable to an intact star source? An intact star source could give them a better comprehension of world principles, something an incomplete star source couldn't. For a long time, there had been rumors that there were intact star sources in the Shattered Star Sea, but with the repeated opening of the Shattered Star Sea over time, these intact star sources had long found their owners. The remaining star sources were all broken. Perhaps after a few more openings, even these incomplete star sources in the Shattered Star Sea would be carved up or dissipate. When that time came, the Shattered Star Sea would lose its current use and appeal to cultivators. That was why everyone's reaction was so over the top when they heard that Yang Kai was a star master. Yin Lishang confirmed with a laugh. "This boy is indeed a star master. This Ian can personally guarantee this. Everyone gave him a weird look upon hearing this. Lon he coldly snorted and said, "How ridiculous! Does the Netherworld sect have no honor?" Xianxia had saved her life before, so now that Xianxia was about to be targeted, she would naturally speak up on his behalf. It was quite evident that she wanted to advance and retreat with him now. Yin Lishang turned gloomy as he looked around and stated, "If you don't believe me, you can ask him, what was his cultivation 7 years ago?" A burly man immediately turned to Xianxia and asked, "Little brat, didn't you hear him? Quickly answer the question." Although Xianxia's previous act of killing a cultivator of the same level was very daunting, he was all alone. At this moment, with so many people targeting him, everyone believed that no matter how strong Xianxia was, he couldn't raise any more waves. Xianxia gave a sidelong glance at the burly man before rebuking him with a cold snort. "None of your damn business." He didn't place any importance on the burly man at all, making the burly man go livid in anger. Yin Lushang continued with a smile. 7 years ago, he was only a second-order origin king. Brother Yang, did I remember it correctly? Second-order origin king? How is that possible? From second-order origin king to third-order Dao source realm in just 7 years? AI, how is this possible? Brother Yin, are you lying to us? A second-order origin king actually reached the third-order Dao source realm in just 7 years. Such a rate of progress was simply terrifying. Comparatively, everyone here had at most advanced by a minor realm over the past 7 years, if they advanced at all. Ying Lushang stated, "What good does it do for me to lie to you? Other opportunities might have played some part in helping him reach this level, but being a Star Master provided him with the greatest edge. I have long heard that all the cultivators from lower star fields are geniuses, especially the Star Masters. Their cultivation is as fast as flying. If Brother Yin is right, then you have really opened up my eyes today. You're believing the words of a Netherworld sect disciple? Can't you see that Yin Lushang has a grudge with this guy? He even went so far as to specifically point out that he is a Star Master. Clearly, he wants to murder with a borrowed knife. I can see that, but who doesn't want an intact star source? If I can get it?" Endless whispers could be heard everywhere, but Xianxia just sneered as he took a sidelong glance at Yin Lishang and stated, "You have been talking only about me. Why does Brother Yin talk about himself as well? You were just a third-order origin king 7 years ago. Am I right?" Yin Lishang responded with a smile. "So what?" As soon as he confirmed this, many people looked at Yin Lishang in surprise. Xianxia had spent 7 years advancing from second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm. That was already amazing enough, but they didn't expect for Yin Lushang's progress to be not much worse than his. Compared to these two, everyone suddenly felt they were somewhat mediocre. Yin Lushang spoke in an open and confident manner. "There is no harm in telling you. This Yin is in fact also a Star Master, so I can clearly tell how quickly a Star Master cultivates." When he confirmed this, everyone glanced at him with an extremely heated gaze. Yin Lishang saw this and coldly snorted. "However, I am different from this brat. This Yin is the legacy disciple of the sect master of the Netherworld sect. Before you make a move on me, you'd best first consider the consequences." Hearing this, many people's expressions changed, and after a moment, many shook their heads as they looked away from Yin Lishang. As a Star Master, Yin Lishang was also a very attractive target. However, he was a legacy disciple of a top sect, so he certainly had a lot of life-saving cards up his sleeve. If they really fought a life and death battle with him, they might even lose their rice while trying to steal a chicken. On the contrary, Xianxia was easier to deal with. However, it was precisely because Yin Lushang admitted that he was a Star Master that his previous statement became more convincing. Everyone's gaze toward Xianxia became more and more heated. Yin Lushang broke into laughter as he mocked Xianxia. "Xianxia, there was a path to the heavens, but you refused to take it. Instead, you forced open the gates of hell. With so many heroes present today, I want to see how you are going to escape." Xianxia remained calm and composed as he scoffed. "How shameless! You want to murder me with a borrowed knife? Who asked you to have an intact star source? Shang remained indifferent as he shouted, "Everyone, my Netherworld sect has a secret technique that can completely remove the star source from a Star Master, resulting in no loss at all. If any friend can take him down, he can ask for this Yin's help to strip the star source from him. This Yin guarantees that he will do his best, and will not do anything selfish. Haha, since Brother Yin has said so, then I can rest assured. I was just wondering how I could snatch his star source after killing this little brat." It turns out that the Netherworld sect has such an amazing secret technique. The burly man, who had been disdained by Yang Kai before, burst into laughter. Shang stated, "This guy is pretty strong. If you want his star source, you better attack him together." Now, he was nakedly urging everyone to deal with Yang Kai together. Although the cultivators present here didn't like his approach, before the temptation of a complete star source, they couldn't help but be moved. What's more, Yang Kai's previous arrogant and domineering attitude had irked them greatly. In an instant, several dozen auras locked onto Yang Kai, causing a suffocating pressure. Lan He, who was standing next to Yang Kai, had turned pale as she furrowed her brow. She might be strong, but she had never been an enemy of so many people at once. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, uncertain about her future as she quietly sized up Yang Kai. When she did so, though, Lan He couldn't help but be surprised, because Yang Kai was standing there in a completely calm and composed manner. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear or timidity in him. The dozens of auras locked on him were like a spring breeze to him. They didn't deter or affect him in the slightest. He has impressive mental strength. Lan He was secretly shocked. Her initial impression of Yang Kai was quite bad. She had thought that he was a perverted and petty man, but after Yang Kai saved her life, she looked at him in a new light. After all, so many people were enjoying the show just now, while Yang Kai was the only one to help her. What's more, he had no prior relationship with her, so him taking a stand to help her had warmed her heart. Now that the situation had changed, and it was now Yang Kai who was being targeted by everyone, Lan He could not sit idly by. Just when she had secretly made up her mind to help Yang Kai, he suddenly spoke to her in a low voice. "Sister Lan, leave this place first." Lan He furrowed her brow upon hearing this, and she immediately asked in a shout, "Why? Brother Yang, are you looking down on this Lan He?" Yang Ka was taken aback. He gazed at her and asked, "When did I say that?" Lan He asked, snorting. "Then why are you driving me away? Since you drew a sword to help me first, then Lan He can't feign uninvolvement here. Don't worry, if they dare to gang up on you, I will help you and I won't drag you down." Yang Kai looked at her in a daze before stating, "You'll die." Lan He's tender body momentarily shuddered, but she soon composed herself and stated in a loud and firm voice, "If I'm going to die, then so be it. I still won't leave." A different look flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he swept his gaze over Lan He several times, as if he was just coming to know the real her. Suddenly, a stunned look appeared on his face as he asked, "Sister Lan He is from the Heavenly Wolf Valley, right?" "That's right." Lan He agreed with a nod, wondering why Yang Kai was asking her this at this moment of life and death. In the end, it seems he was still a strange man. "I remember the Heavenly Wolf Valley now," Yang Kai smiled and stated. "When this is over, I have something to ask of Sister Lan. I hope Sister Lan will not refuse." Lan He bitterly replied, "If we survive, I will promise you as long as it's not too much. Don't worry, we won't die." Yang Kai burst into laughter. Lan He weirdly looked at him. She didn't know where he was getting the confidence to speak such big words. Was he so blind that he can't see that he is surrounded by several dozen Dao Source Realm Masters? These people were not ordinary cultivators. They were all elite disciples of great forces. If they teamed up, even an ordinary Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be their opponent. Did he think he was better than an emperor? "Little brat, you still continue to shamelessly boast," that burly man suddenly shouted in anger. Suddenly, an axe appeared in his hand with a flip of his wrist. Pushing his source chi into the artifact, the aura and pressure exuded by it reached an extraordinary height as he continued. "If you know what's good for you, You better surrender without a fight and I may leave your corpse intact. But if you dare to remain stubborn. To Kai opened his mouth and spat straight toward that burly man, launching the spitball like an arrow from a bow. The yelling man's face immediately changed as he hurriedly dodged to one side. Although the spit wasn't lethal, it would be too disgusting to be spat upon. After regaining his footing, the burly man rebuked with a cold face. Are you a child? You actually spat at me. Don't you think it's shameful? Kai sneered as he countered. So many of you are targeting me, and you still don't think that's shameful. But I spat on you and you called me shameless? How ridiculous. Shang snorted and stated, whatever you say, you are going to die today for sure. Is that so? Kai coldly glared at him. He then raised his foot and took a step forward as he majestically proclaimed, then this young master likes to see who is blind enough to dare to make a move against him. Let this young master warn you, if anyone dares to make a move, I will make him die here today. Once he said this, everyone's expression changed as a serious look appeared on their faces. The amazing strength displayed by Kai earlier was still vivid in their mind. So although it seemed that he was just trying to give them a scare and couldn't back up his words, it was still somewhat daunting. They were afraid that he would fight a desperate battle if pushed too far, which would cost them dearly. In a flash, several dozen cultivators stood rooted in place. No one was willing to be the first to act and subsequently, the first to die. They were waiting for the others to make a move first so they could become the fishermen and take advantage of the fight between Snipe and Clam. Shang could clearly spot this and his face turned gloomy as he shouted. Since you are being so timid and fearful, after this has snatched his star source, you should not get jealous. When he said this, he suddenly stretched his hand out and shouted, Netherworld Purgatory Hand. A sinister gale immediately appeared, followed by eerie cries and howls. The next moment, an enormous ghost suddenly appeared and rushed towards Kai with a ferocious look on its face. This ghost had yet to reach him, but a cold feeling rose from inside Kai as if even his blood was going to be frozen. Before he could react, Lan He, who was standing next to him, suddenly yelled, Heavenly Wolf Moon! A deafening wolf howl rang out, and as Lan He pointed forward, a powerful silver wolf phantom appeared out of thin air. This wolf was enormous, as if it was a true heavenly wolf. Next, it opened its enormous jaws and bit toward the ghost. In a flash, the two enormous entities clashed with each other, fighting crazily. And at the same time Shang made his move, the several Netherworld sect disciples around him also attacked. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian of Brahma Holy Land glanced at each other before quickly forming hand seals as they used their own secret techniques. As soon as the others saw someone taking the lead, they no longer watched from the sidelines. One after another, they summoned their artifacts, or displayed some secret techniques to attack Kai. In a flash, the void glittered with colorful glows as energy fluctuations undulated everywhere. Lan He immediately turned pale and stood rooted on the spot, dazed. Her eyes seemed to have lost their luster. With so many Dao Source Realm Masters attacking together, she was completely powerless to resist. Only death was waiting for her. At that moment, Kai suddenly let out a fierce roar. Immediately, a dazzling flash of light blinded everyone before a wide broadsword appeared in Kai's hand. The next moment, a majestic emperor pressure filled the void as Kai assumed a firm stance like a towering and immovable mountain. He slowly turned the long sword in his hand as he shouted, Myriad sword arts, one man is a mountain. Chi chi chi. Countless sword auras suddenly shot from the long sword, greeting the oncoming attacks like locusts. Deafening explosions immediately rang out as the sight of countless energy collisions created a shocking scene before everyone's eyes. Emperor Artifact. Where is this brat from? He actually has an Emperor Artifact as well. Don't let him go. Kill him. Although many of the cultivators who had entered the Shattered Star Sea were either elite disciples of major sects, or descendants and legacy disciples of sect masters and elders, Emperor artifacts were still a rarity among them. Apart from a few top elites who owned an Emperor artifact, no one else was eligible to have one. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai actually take out an Emperor artifact, the blood of several dozen cultivators started boiling. In their opinion, Yang Kai was simply a huge treasure trove. Not only did he have a complete star source, he also had an Emperor artifact. If they could kill him and snatch his treasures, they would instantly become rich. They would be the proud owner of an Emperor artifact. In a flash, a fire was lit in everyone's heart. After the clash, Yang Kai too staggered back as a sweet and sour taste flooded his throat and spurted out of his mouth. He barely resisted the joint attacks of several dozen cultivators thanks to the might of the myriad swords. But he was all alone in the end, so how could he contend with so many people? He could resist their attacks all because they hadn't used their full strength just now. Otherwise Yang Kai would not have only suffered minor injuries. Damn you all! You actually dare to jointly attack me! Yang Kai turned livid with rage as he glared around and shouted, grinding his teeth. Xianxia snorted and said, "It's too late to beg for mercy. You are going to die today." Xianxia anxiously demanded, "Quickly hand over the Emperor artifact." Although the others didn't say anything, the greedy look in their eyes was enough to tell what was going in their minds. Yang Kai grimly smiled before he suddenly teleported to the front of the mountains and river's bell. Xianxia's expression changed as he asked in shock, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai broke into a burst of loud laughter as he shouted, "What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? I told you before, if anyone dares to attack me, I will make him die without a burial." He swept a cold gaze through the crowd with a crazed look on his face. "Are you crazy?" Xianxia seemed to have guessed Yang Kai's intentions and his face turned pale, while the others were also shocked as their thoughts all froze. Yang Kai's face and eyes turned colder as he stated in a frigid voice, "You forced me to do this." As he spoke, he lifted the myriad swords up high all of a sudden. "Wait, we can talk about this. There's no need to act rash." Xianxia yelled in horror. "You want to talk now? Too late. Go to hell." Yang Kai shouted as he ruthlessly swung the myriad's sword at the mountains and river's bell. "It's over." Xianxia's forehead was immediately covered in large beads of cold sweat at the sight of this, and he turned around and rushed back without even looking back. "Run!" Xianxia also screamed. "This brat has gone insane." Hong! As the myriad sword struck the mountains and river's bell, a reverberating tone immediately rang out before sound waves visible to the naked eyes began to propagate outwards. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt of this pulse, and even though he circulated his source chi to defend himself, he couldn't help but stagger. He almost fainted on the spot as he spurted a mouthful of blood. Dozens of Dao Source Realm Masters had their backs to Yang Kai at this moment, only wanting to escape from this place but unable to do so. They were trapped inside a natural spirit array, one that had no easy way out, so even if they desperately fled, it was a fruitless attempt. When the sound wave spread, they were swept up in it at once. On the dark red star before, a young man had only touched the mountains and river's bell lightly and was blasted to death as a result. But now, Yang Kai had used an Emperor artifact to strike the mountains and river's bell with all his strength, causing a shock wave that couldn't be compared with the previous one. After being struck by the sound wave, everyone spurted blood and all of their defensive artifacts grew a lot dimmer. Not only that, but the sound wave seemed to have the power to suppress and lock. After the sound wave swept through everyone, they froze in place as if they were trapped in a quagmire, unable to move at all. Honk! Before they could take a breath of respite, another deafening knell rang. Everyone's heart shuddered as they turned their heads and saw that Yang Kai had struck the mountains and river's bell again. He had a horrifying look on his face and was frantically laughing. "How are you feeling? Better? Tell me loudly. How does it feel?" "Madman. He's a madman. This guy has lost his mind. You bunch of wastes. Why would you think of provoking someone so crazy? If he keeps this up, everyone will be killed along with him. Stop, we can talk it out. Don't do this, please. Brother Yang. It's better to get rid of an enmity than keep it alive. Rather than dying with everyone, it's better to sit down and talk it out." Watching that terrifying sound wave sweep over again, everyone started crying and screamed. Each of them hated Yang Kai to death, but they were forced to please him with a smiling face even against their will. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Over on Yang Kai's side, he spat another mouthful of blood as he shook his head wildly. The third time he raised his myriad sword, he shouted, I'm making a profit by taking you guys all with me. So, don't think about leaving alive today. Senior Yang, I am willing to offer my space ring. Please spare my life. Someone suddenly shouted. Yang Kai paused for a moment before he snorted and shouted with a voice filled with righteous indignation. Do you think this young master is someone who is moved at the sight of money? Don't disgrace this young master's character. That man was dumbstruck. He didn't know how to reply. Yang Kai quickly asked, What treasures are in the ring? Everyone. That speaker was also stunned. He didn't know what Yang Kai meant until a cultivator next to him secretly kicked him. The man suddenly came to realize and hurriedly replied, There are many, many great treasures inside. I guarantee that Senior Yang will be satisfied. Yang Kai suddenly smiled and stated, You should have said so earlier, you wouldn't have suffered then. Tell me, aren't you a miserable wretch? Yes, yes, yes. I'm a miserable wretch. The corner of that man's lips twitched as he agreed. If that's the case, then I will spare your dog life. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Then he turned to Lan He and ordered, Sister Lan, go and get his space ring. Me? Lan He was taken aback. Although she didn't feel very good about this, she knew that it was a little inconvenient for Yang Kai to move right now. So all she could do was nod, fly to that cultivator and stretch her hand out. The cultivator took off the space ring with a painful look on his face and reluctantly handed it over to Lan He. Yang Kai shouted with a stoic face, Who wants to buy their life? If you want to buy it, hurry up before it's too late. Isn't he taking advantage of our difficulties to rob us? Boy, don't go too far. There are several dozen of us. Don't think we're really afraid of you. I advise you to exercise prudence. Yes, yes. Brother Yang, when it's possible to forgive others, one should be forgiving. You should always leave a way out for yourself. Only this way, your future will be broader and wider. When it's possible to forgive others, one should be forgiving? Yang Kai sneered before he showed contempt and rebuked. I didn't see you forgive me just now. But now, what's the use of this nonsense? I'll say it one last time. If you want to buy your life, hurry up and cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for being ruthless and making you die here. As he spoke, he raised the myriad's sword high again, taking the stance as if he was about to strike again. The several dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators' faces turned incomparably ugly. Yang Kai had only knocked the mountains and rivers bell twice, yet most of the cultivators here were already injured. However, inside this natural spirit array, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. If this went on a few more times, they would really die here. Don't compromise. The weaker you act, the more he is going to take advantage of you. Never compromise with him. If you join hands with him, you still may not be able to survive. In Lu Shang suddenly shouted. Among everyone, he was the last one who wanted to see Yang Kai flaunt his prowess. Therefore, when he saw someone trying to compromise, he instantly became anxious. Brother Yin is really firm and unyielding, very good. Yang Kai looked at him and sneered deeply. Then, this young master will wait and see for how long will you remain this staunch. Yin Lushang's face turned gloomy so much that one could almost shave off a layer of frost from his face. His expression was extremely ugly to look at. As soon as the topic was changed, Yang Kai quickly stated, I'll only count to 3 after 3. If you still won't obediently cooperate, then you can all be on your way to hell. 1, 2. Before Yang Kai could even count to 3, someone shouted, Brother Yang, I'm willing to hand you my space ring. Please let me live. Good. Yang Kai turned his gaze and looked at the speaker before ordering. Take the ring off and stand aside. Lan He walked up to the man without a word and stretched her hand out. After that man handed over the space ring, he immediately flew to one side. I am also willing to hand over my space ring. Me too. Me too. There is nothing good inside anyway. It's better than death. In a flash, handing space rings over to buy their lives had almost become the general trend. Among several dozen cultivators, most of them had soon chosen to surrender their space rings. Lan He's mood was extremely complicated. She had thought she would definitely die this time. After all, her enemies were several dozen Dao Source Realm masters. But the situation quickly turned around. She and Yang Kai, who were supposed to be at an absolute disadvantage, had their positions reversed and were now leading the same several dozen cultivators around by their noses. All of this was too abrupt, but it was all Yang Kai's credit. In the face of several dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators, he didn't panic or become intimidated. Instead, he used the mountains and rivers bell to deter the enemy, bravely and smartly forcing his opponents into a position where they could neither advance or retreat. It was the first time he had met such a courageous and cunning man. In a short while, she had already received more than 20 space rings. She was the eldest senior sister of Heavenly Wolf Valley and had witnessed many great scenes and storms. Yet she was still trembling in excitement a little at this moment. Each of these 20 space rings was filled with enormous amounts of treasure. These were the space rings of elite disciples of top sects, each of them stuffed with wealth. He could hardly imagine the amount of money in these 20 space rings. After another while, those hesitating cultivators didn't dare to tarry any longer. Yang Kai had raised the Emperor artifact right next to the mountains and rivers bell, so who knows when he would knock it again. All of them could only take off their space rings in humiliation and hand them over to Lan He. They secretly decided in their hearts that they would make Yang Kai know of the consequences of offending them once they escaped from here. The several dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators, who had originally teamed up, were now divided into two camps. One that was handing over their space rings, and the other filled with those who were still acting stubborn. The cultivators who were stubborn weren't that many, however, only 5 in total. Yang Kai glanced at them and noticed that all these people were the disciples of the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. Next, Yang Kai sneered at Zhang Hao. It seems Holy Son Zhang Hao wants to die here. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and stated, "Brother Yang, how about we discuss this? Why don't you let me and Xianxia just leave? We will remember today's kindness and repay you some other time." Some other time. Yang Kai sneered and said with a cold look plastered on his face. The matters of some other time should be discussed some other time. For now, all I want are your space rings. Zhang Hao stated, "Brother Yang, do you really need to do this? You have already offended over 20 sects. How will you gain a footing in the star boundary in the future?" Yang Kai said with a deep nod. Hearing this, Brother Zhang Hao makes sense. I hadn't considered this. Zhang Hao was gleeful hearing this. But before he could say anything, Yang Kai continued, "You mean to say, after I take the treasure, I should silence everyone? TSK TSK. Brother Zhang Hao is truly vicious. As expected, just as the sea cannot be measured by a bushel, a man cannot be judged by his appearance." Zhang Kai wiped off the cold sweat of his forehead as he hastily added, "Brother Yang, you misunderstand. How could I think of inciting Brother Yang to go back on his words and do such a thing? Wouldn't I be ruining Brother Yang's reputation? I only wanted to say that it's better to have more friends than enemies. Brother Yang, what do you think? You want to be friends with me?" Yang Kai slightly smiled. Zhang Hao cupped his fists and said, "If Brother Yang does not mind, I do mind. You're not worthy to be my friend." Yang Kai's face turned colder as he rebuked, glaring at him. Zhang Hao's smile turned stiff as his flash flushed red. He was extremely embarrassed. As a holy son of Brahma Holy Land, he could be considered a leader of the younger generation in the star boundary, yet he wasn't worthy of being friends with Yang Kai. This brat was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he dared to boast so shamelessly. And before so many people, too. How could this not cause Zhang Hao to lose all face? His heart was burning with flames of fury. Xianxia, who was standing next to him, also had an ugly look on his face. He and Zhang Hao both were holy sons. So Yang Kai slapping Zhang Hao's face like this made him also feel hot in his cheeks, as if he too had been ruthlessly slapped too. "Brother Yang, you refuse to realize the errors of your ways." Zhang Hao snorted. Yang Kai snorted back and declared, "If you keep up with your nonsense, this young master will take your dog life first." "Good, we will remember this. I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are today the next time we meet. Zhang Hao dropped a ruthless sentence before Xianxia and Zhang Hao took off their space rings and threw them to Lan Hen. They then turned around and joined the crowd on the other side. Yang Kai grinned and said, "You only know how to bullshit. If you had the guts, you could come up and fight this young master right now. This young master will teach you how to show proper respect." Zhang Hao stopped for a moment. He was almost provoked by Yang Kai to turn around and make a move, but fortunately, he suddenly remembered the scene of Yang Kai instantly killing a cultivator in the same realm just a moment ago. Before such a terrifying opponent, he asked himself whether he was his opponent. But the only answer he got was even if Xianxia and he attacked Yang Kai together, they could only remain undefeated at best, that's all. Another miserable wretch who is only willing to cooperate after being severely educated by this young master. Yang Kai sneered. Xianxia suddenly turned and said, looking at Lan He, "Sister Lan He, although I don't know what your relationship with Brother Yang is, you have to be more careful. Zhang Hao and I saw him living together with Yu Ying from the Netherworld sect in the same room. Yu Ying's clothes were disheveled when she came out of her flight-type artifact. And you know very well what kind of woman Yu Ying is. Everyone is an Eastern Territory sect's disciple. So I hope you don't fall into this devil's hands." Yang Kai's face turned ashen after hearing this and quickly declared, "You dare to drive a wedge between us? This young master and Yu Ying are pure and innocent. Don't soil my reputation." Xianxia chuckled and stated, "Yu Ying said the same thing before." After saying so, he walked into the crowd without looking back. Lan He frowned her black brow as he glanced at Yang Kai, a weird look on her face. Yang Kai righteously asked, "Sister Lan He, you wouldn't believe him, would you?" Lan He stated, "Brother Yang, as long as you have a clear conscience, it's okay. It's none of my business." Yang Kai thought for a moment before agreeing with a nod. "Good." After they were finished, he turned to Yin Lishang and stated with a crafty grin, "Brother Yin, now there are only a few of you left? Tell me, are you going to cooperate? How about you? And you?" The remaining three were all the disciples of Netherworld sect. Yin Lishang had a very high status in the Netherworld sect. After all, he was the sect master's legacy disciple. So even if his duration in the sect was short, he was still in charge. Since he hadn't made a statement, the other two disciples couldn't make a decision either. Yin Lishang proudly smiled and stated, "This Yin least likes others threatening him, and anyone who has dared to, didn't have a good end." Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said, "Coincidentally, I am the same as Brother Yin regarding this." Yin Lishang stated, "Prideful people always have a lot in common. Yang Kai, if you really want my space ring, you have to fight with me. If you win, this Yin will offer you his space ring with both hands. You want to fight me one-on-one?" Yang Kai looked at him, narrowing his eyes. "Is Brother Yang afraid?" Yin Lishang sneered. Yang Kai stated with a snort, "Since Brother Yin is being so refined, then this young master will give you a chance." Once Yang Kai said this, Yin Lishang happily smiled. Although Yang Kai had shown extraordinary strength before, Yin Lishang was confident that he would remain undefeated. This was also why he could talk with ease and fluency with Yang Kai, and didn't panic despite being trapped in the natural spirit array. If he wanted to leave here, he could leave at any moment. However, he would have to pay a hefty price. He wasn't willing to do that unless it was a last resort. Originally, Yin Lishang thought that a treacherous person like Yang Kai would definitely not agree to his challenge. At that time, he could only severely humiliate Yang Kai and speak all kinds of slander, but contrary to his expectation, Yang Kai had actually accepted. He was ecstatic. He might not be confident about being Yang Kai's opponent head-on, but he had an ace up his sleeve, and once he resorted to it, Yang Kai would definitely die. Yin Lishang secretly decided in his mind that as soon as the fight with Yang Kai began, he would directly use his trump card, not giving Yang Kai any chance to resist. Just as his imagination was running wild, Yang Kai suddenly pointed at the several dozen cultivators beside him and stated, "Since Brother Yin likes to fight solo, then you can fight with these friends. I believe they will definitely accompany you. Have fun." Yin Lishang was dumbstruck after hearing this. The several dozen cultivators were also taken aback. Lan He too was similarly rooted on her spot, in a daze. Zhang Hao's face turned cold as he grimly rebuked, Yang Kai, don't go too far. We have handed you our space rings. What else do you want? That's right. You should resolve your grievance with Yin Lusheng yourself. Why drag us into your fight? Zhang Xian too shouted before stating in a firm voice, we will never help you. Yeah. Don't treat us as fools. The group of cultivators immediately started clamoring, criticizing Yang Kai. Yin Lusheng sneered, Brother Yang, if you don't have the guts to fight me, no one will laugh at you. Why bother beating around the bush? Yang Kai meaningfully grinned and justified himself. Brother Yin is the legacy disciple of the Eastern Territories Netherworld sect master, whereas I, Yang Kai, am a lone man with no support. Of course I don't have the guts to fight with you. If I accidentally killed you, wouldn't I be inviting a disaster? If you don't have the guts to fight with Yin Lusheng, why should we? We won't. That's right, we won't. If you want to beat him, do it yourself. You are really treating us like idiots. This brat is simply insatiable. How ridiculous. Everyone was extremely dissatisfied with Yang Kai because they were forced to hand over their space rings. And now, this brat actually wanted to make them deal with Yin Lusheng as well. Why should they? Each and every one of them started shouting in indignation. Lan He looked worriedly at Yang Kai, afraid that he would make things go out of hand. He was already threatening everyone with the mountains and rivers bell, and it was nothing short of a miracle that he had obtained so many space rings. If he did something even more excessive, it might bring some unnecessary trouble. She furtively winked at Yang Kai, signaling him to not be too greedy, lest it was too late. Yang Kai ignored her, unfortunately, and stated with a cold look on his face, You probably didn't hear what I said at the beginning, did you? What did you say? Boy, just speak. What do you want to do? Yang Kai stated with a snort. This young master said that whoever dares to not hand over their space rings, this young master will make him die. Yes, you did say that, but I've already handed over my space ring. What do you want now? Yang Kai said, Now Yin Lusheng is unwilling to cooperate, so this young master wants him dead. Do you have any objections? Zhang Hao answered, Of course not. You and Brother Yin can resolve your grievances by yourselves, without involving us. Good. Yang Kai grinned before shouting, This young master will now use this mountains and rivers bell to beat this bastard Yin Lusheng to death. If you still want to survive, quickly leave this place. This young master will not stop you. What? Again? No, Brother Yang, calm down. Once Yang Kai said this, everyone turned pale in shock. Yang Kai sneered and stated, Since you have handed your space rings over, this young master means what he says and will spare your lives. Now, this young master only wants to deal with Yin Lusheng. If you don't want to die, quickly leave. Zhang Hao angrily shouted, The natural array here is too complex. If we could leave, how could we be threatened by you? Yang Kai, aren't you talking nonsense? Zhang Xian also shouted, You should exercise moderation. You can't be shameless to this level. Yang Kai remained unaffected by all this and calmly stated, None of my business. If you don't have the ability to leave, if you are shaken to death by the mountains and rivers bell, then you can only blame your bad luck. It has nothing to do with this young master. He then switched the topic and angrily shouted at Yin Lusheng, Surnamed Yin, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. You can be on your way to hell. While speaking, he swung the myriad sword fiercely toward the mountains and rivers bell. Lan He's eyes widened in shock as she hastily circulated her source chi to defend herself. The crowd of cultivators also panicked and hurriedly shouted, one after another, Stop. Damn it. Quickly stop. We can talk it out. At worst, we will help you persuade Yin Lusheng. Yes. We can talk with Yin Lusheng and ask him to hand over his space ring. In this havoc, Yang Kai's myriad sword stopped less than a finger's width away from the mountains and rivers bell before he looked at the crowd and asked, You are going to talk with Yin Lusheng? Everyone was drenched in cold sweat as they repeatedly nodded after hearing this. Yang Kai looked embarrassed as he stated, This surnamed Een is very arrogant. He won't give in easily. If you just talk it out, I'm afraid it will be useless. Brother Yang may rest assured, if Brother Een remains untactful, we will use harder methods to speak with him, someone stated with a ferocious look on his face. Yang Kai stated, no. You have already handed your space rings over. Logically speaking, the next thing has nothing to do with you. How can I drag you all into my grievance with Yin Lusheng? Everyone's face turned black as if they stared at this hypocritical act. They were all cursing Yang Kai their hearts furiously, but no one dared to speak their thoughts aloud. Brother Yang, don't mind it. Brother Een is the one being untactful, so he should be taught a lesson. Only when the youngsters encounter some hardships will they understand how high the heavens are and how deep the earth goes. Yang Kai's eyes lit up after hearing this as he said, if you insist, this Yang will have to trouble you all regarding this matter. Just know, I didn't force you. Hee, we are doing this voluntarily. Having finished speaking, the several dozen cultivators turned their heads and glared at Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng's face turned black like the bottom of a pot, while the two Netherworld sect disciples next to him had also turned pale and become dumbstruck. Somehow, he and his team were now standing on the opposite side of everyone. They were simply caught unprepared. Yin Lusheng, be tactful and quickly hand over your space ring. Otherwise, everyone will die here. Yes, if you don't cooperate, then don't blame us for being impolite. Hand it over now. Everyone seemed to have been implicated because of Yin Lusheng's lack of cooperation, or perhaps because they were unlucky and they wanted others to be part of their misfortune too. Therefore, their attitude towards Yin Lusheng was far from good. Yin Lusheng was burning with fury, and he asked with a sullen face, you are the elite disciples of top sects, the pride of your various forces. Yet you've given up all your self-respect and allowed yourselves to be driven by one person's threats? Aren't you afraid that you will become a laughingstock if the word gets out? Many people's faces darkened after hearing this, looking embarrassed. Yang Kai smiled and stated, Yin Lusheng is asking you to silence the witnesses so that no one will tell anyone about today's matter. Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this. They secretly felt that it was a good idea. A fierce gleam even flashed past in a few people's eyes. Yin Lusheng's face darkened as he lashed out, Yang Kai, you are such a despicable person. This scene really misunderstood you. Yang Kai rebuked with a snort. Back then, when you intercepted and tried to kill me in the Starlight Corridor, you should have thought of the consequences. Yin Lusheng, gritting his teeth, warned, don't force me. If I am backed into a corner, you won't have a good end. Yang Kai jumped back and said, staring at him with widened eyes, I'm so sacred. He then turned his head and said, looking at the several dozen cultivators, this guy dares to threaten you. I don't know whether you can stand it or not, but anyway, I can't stand it. If I were you, I would rush to him and tear him to pieces. Even though they knew Yang Kai was adding fuel to the fire and driving a wedge, everyone was still a little unhappy with Yin Lusheng's words as they were simply too much. Zhang Hao pondered for a while and stated, Brother Yin, a wise man, submits to the circumstances. I know you have the means and the cards, but do you really think you can be an enemy of so many of us? Zhang Hao, you are forcing me too? Yin Lusheng's eyes were shooting flames of fury and his voice was cold as ice. Both of them were disciples of sects of the Eastern Territory and had known each other for a long time. There might not be a friendship between them, but they all belonged to the Eastern Territory. It was fine for the others to compel him, but the fact that Zhang Hao too was acting so made Yin Lusheng extremely angry. Zhang Hao stated in a heavy voice, Brother Yin, it's not too late for a gentleman to take his revenge within 10 years. This is the Shattered Star Sea. There will be plenty of opportunities. He didn't transmit his voice but said it in an open and above-board manner in front of Yang Kai. Apparently, he too was holding a grudge and wanted to find a chance to take revenge. Yang Kai disdainfully spat, looking completely indifferent to this. Yin Lusheng, maintaining a straight face, pondered for a while before agreeing with a nod. All right, this Yin will remember this. Yang Kai, I will make you pay for it 100 times over in the future. Yang Kai chuckled and stated, Brother Yin, You're a fish on a chopping board, and I am the knife. Is it okay to say such inflammatory words? Yin Lushang glared at Yang Kai without speaking another word. Yang Kai snorted and requested, Sister Lan He, collect their space rings. Lan He nodded before walking up to Yin Lushang and stretching her hand out. Yin Lushang warned, Heavenly Wolf Valley. This Yin will remember you and will definitely visit you in the future. Lan He's face slightly changed. However, at this moment she knew that anything she said would be useless, so she simply took the space rings of the 3 Netherworld sect disciples, turned around, and left. After a while, she came to Yang Kai and said, There are a total of 46 space rings here. Brother Yang, you can count them. Yang Kai cheerfully took it and offered, Sister Lan He, you should also pick one. Lan He refused, shaking her head. I don't need it. I didn't do anything. Just as Yang Kai was about to say something, his face suddenly changed as fierce source chi fluctuations spread from him. Lan He was also shocked, having no idea what just happened to Yang Kai. But when she quickly scanned him, she noticed a wisp of black chi around his wrist. This black chi looked like a snake and was now traveling up Yang Kai's arm. Wherever it passed, Yang Kai's body rotted, revealing his bones, while the places corroded by the black chi made sizzling noises, causing the listener's skin to crawl. A rancid smell instantly filled the void. Azura Earth Demon. Lan He couldn't help but cry out in shock. Yang Kai's face had gone blue and he was constantly forming seals with his hands, pushing his source chi madly. After struggling for a while, the wisp of black chi was finally halted. But from the looks of it, half of his right arm had been terribly corroded. It was bloody all over and the blocked black chi was still thrashing about like a living creature, desperately trying to push towards Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai fiercely raised his head and shouted in a grim voice, glaring at Yin Lushang, You dare plot against me? At this moment, Yin Lushang too was dumbstruck. That Azura Earth Demon was one of Netherworld sect's forbidden secret techniques. In each generation, only the top disciple could cultivate it. Furthermore, one needed to connect to the real Netherworld purgatory to cultivate it by refining an Earth Demon with Netherworld Yin Chi. Once one had cultivated it successfully, the might of this secret technique was astonishing, and basically, anyone below the Emperor realm would be completely powerless to resist it. Yin Lushang had secretly hidden this wisp of Azura Earth Demon in his space ring, and when Yang Kai took it, he suddenly activated this secret technique. As he had expected, Yang Kai was afflicted. But what shocked Yin Lushang was that Yang Kai actually blocked the progress of the Azura Earth Demon. Although he was injured, he hadn't suffered serious damage and there was no danger to his life. After a momentary shock, Yin Lushang immediately regained his wits and his figure flickered as he pounced towards Yang Kai like a hawk spreading its wings. A fierce and hideous look appeared on his face as he shouted, This Yin always takes his revenge as quickly as possible. 10 years is too late for me. Yang Kai, go to hell. And the same time Yin Lushang made his move, Zhang Hao and Xianxia also attacked together as their source chi surged. Who knows what kind of secret technique they used, but their figures merged into one as they flew towards Yang Kai with astonishing momentum, leaving a single long trail. Others also reacted quickly. One after another, they let out war cries as they rushed at Yang Kai. Having been forced to surrender their space rings, they were already burning with fury. So seeing Yang Kai get seriously injured after being sneak attacked by Yin Lushang, they naturally seized this opportunity to take their revenge. Yang Kai, run! Lan He was startled, and seeing the situation change so quickly, she hurriedly urged Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face grimaced, who knows whether it was from pain or anger. But in a flash, a crazed look appeared on his face as he stated in a firm voice, We can't escape. He couldn't find the exit to this natural spirit array, and unless he had time to study it in peace, he wouldn't be able to get out of here anytime soon. As such, he promptly raised the myriad swords and swung it hard towards the mountains and rivers bell, fiercely shouting, You want my life? You can all die first. Hong! As the myriad swords struck the mountains and rivers bell, a halo suddenly appeared around it before a terrifying sound wave swept outwards, causing everyone's eyes to widen as they started screaming. But to everyone's surprise, the sound wave didn't travel far, instead just sending the nearby Xianxia flying. Ha ha ha, if disasters come from nature, something can be done to counter them. But if they are of one's own making, one is done for. Xianxia was overjoyed by this. Although he didn't know why the mountains and rivers bell reacted differently this time, in his opinion, right now was the best chance to kill Xianxia. He roared at the top of his voice. Everyone, let's attack together. Let's make this surnamed Yang die without a burial. The rest of the people also had their spirits lifted and they immediately charged ahead, one after another. Xianxia was dazed. Having taken the full brunt of the shockwave, he couldn't tell north from south. The mountains and rivers bell's deviation had caught him by surprise too, and he couldn't understand what the artifact spirit's intentions were. At this juncture of life or death, though, the mountains and rivers bell suddenly shook on its own, causing a spatial collapse along with it. This natural spirit array collapsed and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, a black hole of the size of a house appeared out of thin air. The mountains and rivers bell turned into a streak of light as it was sucked into the black hole, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the black hole expanded at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a tremendously powerful suction came from the black hole, pulling in all the nearby cultivators. What happened? What's going on? Damn it! Quickly get out of here. The space here is collapsing. Surnamed Yang, you're not human. Everyone started yelling and screaming one after another. Everyone was panicking, and even Yin Lishang, who was relentless about Xianxia's death, had a change in his expression. How could he still care about Xianxia's life or death in this situation? He promptly turned around and tried to escape. But the black hole suction was irresistible. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make any forward progress, much less escape. With the rapid expansion of the black hole, its pull grew stronger and stronger, making every cultivator feel desperate and powerless. Xianxia and Lan He, who were closest to the black hole, were sucked in first and disappeared after a while. Screaming and panicking cultivators were swallowed into the black hole, one after another. In less than 10 breaths, each and every cultivator was pulled into the black hole. No one could escape it, and the black hole was still expanding. Until a certain moment, after the black hole expanded to a certain limit, it suddenly shrank back down and disappeared in a flash. The void had regained its peace, but strong space principle fluctuations remained behind, the only signs that an abnormal event had taken place here before. Oh! A dizzy Xianxia woke up sometime later and immediately heard Lan He's distressed cries. The pain coming from his arm was still unbearable and seemed to pierce straight through to his soul, making Xianxia feel like it was being torn apart. He had vaguely sensed the things going on before, but because he had borne the brunt of the mountains and rivers bell's sound wave, his consciousness had become blurry, so he hadn't been able to investigate his surroundings. He only saw the formation of a black hole and felt its powerful pull dragging him in. The next thing he knew, he was here. If he hadn't had a precious treasure like the soul-warming lotus, the shockwave alone from before would have been enough to extinguish his soul. As the shouts in his ears became clearer and clearer, Xianxia shook his head and finally regained some lucidity. He turned his head to look, but he couldn't see anything at all. There was no light here, just some chaotic nothingness, a familiar feeling to him. The void crack. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he cried out in surprise. Obviously, this was the interlayer of the void crack. The void existed everywhere in the world, but if one didn't understand the Tao of space, he or she couldn't detect its existence at all. It was also impossible for one to enter this place except in very special circumstances. Recalling the previous scene, Xianxia immediately understood the reason why he was here in the void. It was completely because of the sudden eruption of the mountains and rivers bell that shattered space with tremendous force. The black hole was the most obvious sign. Forcing his aching body up, Xianxia quickly spread his divine sense. As expected, he found Lan He not far away from him. At this moment, Lan He's situation was precarious because she was caught in a void turbulence and was being sucked into it. The void was riddled with crises, but the biggest was undoubtedly void turbulences which were like invisible rivers. These were chaotic confluences of chaotic space principles, and once anyone fell into one, it was very difficult to escape. The only end for someone who experienced such misfortune was being swallowed by this undercurrent. Even Yang Kai had to be careful of these undercurrents while walking through the void. Although Lan He's cultivation was good, she had no understanding of the Tao of space, so after falling into a void turbulence, she was completely helpless and was only waiting for her death. Yang Kai quickly came over to her and called out, "Sister Lan He." Lan He was slightly startled, and then responded in a low voice, "Yang Kai." "Yes, it's me." Lan He shouted, "I'm entangled by some kind of strange force. Can't get away. Don't come closer." She was afraid that Yang Kai would follow in her footsteps, so she quickly reminded her. Yang Kai grinned and stated, "Don't worry. This is a void turbulence. I'll save you now." Lan He refused, shaking her head. "No, I tried just now to escape. The harder one struggles, the faster they are pulled under, just like in a swamp. If you try to help me, it will be counterproductive. If you have a chance to leave this place, please go to Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley and give them a message. Tell them that Lan He died here." She felt that she had no hope of surviving, so she began making arrangements for her funeral. Yang Kai remained silent, got down on one knee and calmly started probing by her side. After a moment of silence, seeing Yang Kai not give her a reply, Lan He said in a dejected voice, "By the way, take my space ring and hand it to one of my Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples." While speaking, she took off her space ring. Yang Kai suddenly stretched his hand out and patted the location where she was. Immediately, space principle fluctuations undulated, turning into an invisible force that affected the movement of the void turbulence. After a short while, the surging void turbulence became calm, and Yang Kai then reached out his hand and fished Lan He out. "This? How?" Lan He didn't seem to believe that she was able to get out so easily. She couldn't help but remain rooted to her spot, but soon, she reacted and couldn't help but cry out, "You wouldn't happen to cultivate the Tao of space, do you?" Yang Kai meaningfully grinned and modestly stated, "I understand a little bit." Shocked, Lan He asked, "Are you Sir Li Wu Yi's disciple?" "It's that Li Wu Yi again." Yang Kai had heard this name more than once and had long known that he was a famous master in the star boundary with a powerful third-order emperor realm cultivation. Moreover, Li Wu Yi was apparently proficient in the Tao of space. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this person was the first master under the 10 great emperors. Yang Kai denied, shaking his head. "I have heard of him a long time ago, but I have never met him." He wasn't going to continue discussing this topic and immediately proposed, "I'll take you to a safer place first. I also have to heal myself." After Lan He heard this, she recalled the scene of him being sneak attacked by Yin Lushang and quickly stated, "The Azura Earth Demon is a forbidden secret technique of the Netherworld sect. Its corrosiveness is extremely strong. If anyone below the Emperor realm is hit by it, they are guaranteed to die. How can you be all right?" Yang Kai chuckled and stated, "I'm lucky, or Yin Lushang. That bastard. Isn't that proficient in that technique?" The Azura Earth Demon was indeed terrifying, and Yang Kai reckoned that if he were any other Tao Source Realm cultivator, he would really be unable to solve this problem. But Yang Kai's strength was incomparable to an ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivator's. Regardless of whether it was his physique, source chi, or his spiritual energy, everything was far beyond what an average Tao Source Realm cultivator should possess, so Yang Kai was somehow able to suppress the Azura Earth Demon. Even so, half of his arm was corroded beyond recognition. While leading Lan He through the void, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Lan He had no idea what was going on, and she didn't dare to bother him, so she just calmly stood by his side. After a while, Yang Kai stated, "It's safe here. The space is relatively stable. Sister Lan, take a rest here while I heal my injuries. I will send you out after my injuries are healed." "Send me out?" Lan He was momentarily dumbstruck. However, remembering how easily Yang Kai rescued her just now, she was filled with confidence in him. She nodded and said, "Good. Don't worry about me. Just focus on healing your injuries as soon as possible. The Azura Earth Demon's corrosiveness is incredibly powerful, and the longer it remains, the more troublesome it will be to deal with. Yang Kai stretched his hand out and mobilized the surrounding space principles before speaking. I have left a space seal here. If anything changes, I will be able to detect it at a moment's notice and come right away. After having said that, he turned around and flew to a nearby spot. After Yang Kai left, Lan He slowly sat down cross-legged and spread her divine sense to investigate the surrounding situation. She found that the space here was fairly stable as Yang Kai had said, not like the chaotic situation she had encountered before. At that time, she didn't dare to make a rash move. All she could do was stay in her spot and wait. Not too far away from her location, Yang Kai too sat down cross-legged and took out a bunch of healing pills from his space ring before stuffing them into his mouth like beans. His injuries weren't too serious, in fact, the ones caused by the shock of the mountains and rivers bell having already mostly healed. The only problem was the Azura Earth Demon, which was like maggots on rotting bones, tightly wrapped around his arm. He had to circulate his source chi to force the power of the Earth Demon out of his body. Fortunately, his source chi was vigorous and pure, so even though this secret technique was extremely powerful, it could still be repelled. As time went on, bit by bit, Yang Kai forced the power of the Azura Earth Demon out little by little. He looked meticulous and his movements were methodical. After 5 to 6 days, he finally heaved a deep breath. The Azura Earth Demon had completely dispersed now, but his corroded arm had still not been completely healed. Nevertheless, thanks to his tyrannical physique and restorative abilities, such injuries were basically nothing. After 5 to 6 days of recuperation, the injuries he had suffered from the mountains and rivers bell's shockwave had also fully healed. Yang Kai flung his arms as he slowly stood up, walking towards Lan He's location. Not long after, he came to Lan He's side and found her still sitting in a cross-legged position in her original spot. The space seal he had previously arranged didn't show any signs of being touched, indicating that this place had been peaceful for the past few days and wasn't affected by the local space principles. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, Lan He stood up and asked, "Brother Yang, are you all right?" "Everything's fine now," Yang Kai assured her with a smile. "That's good." Lan He also heaved a sigh of relief, then immediately asked, "Can we go out now?" Yang Kai replied, "But of course. Come, I will send you out." Lan He was taken aback by his words and immediately asked, "What about you? Are you going to remain here?" Yang Kai smiled and confidently stated, "I am quite familiar with this place, so I won't be in any danger. I want to find the mountains and rivers bell that has also escaped into this void crack. I just don't know where to wander." "So, it's like that." Lan He also knew that she couldn't try to persuade him too much. After all, she wasn't close with Yang Kai. "Then I hope Brother Yang gets his wish fulfilled." "Many thanks for your kind words." Yang Kai smiled. "Right." Lan He suddenly remembered something and asked, "You said that you wanted to ask me about something. What was it?" After being reminded by her, Yang Kai also remembered and smacked his head as he replied, "It's like this. I have a friend who has departed from the Northern Territory more than a year ago for your Heavenly Wolf Valley." "Brother Yang's friend? Is it to join our Heavenly Wolf Valley? But how come anyone from the Northern Territory wants to join us?" Lan He was surprised after hearing this. If it was a cultivator of the Northern Territory, he or she would choose the Northern Territory's sex first. It made no sense to travel all the way to the Eastern Territory by trekking through mountains and rivers. After all, there was a huge distance between the two territories. If one didn't use cross-territory space arrays, one might not be able to arrive even after a few years. It's a bit complicated. I will tell you about it along the way. Yang Kai started explaining to her while he led Lan He to find the weak point in the void crack. The friend he spoke of was naturally Ling Yinchin. When the Holy Son of Brahma Holy Land, Zhang Hao, mentioned Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai felt that he had heard of this sect somewhere before, but when he tried to recall where, he couldn't remember. Later, a flash of thought had suddenly jogged his memory. Ling Yinchin had mentioned Heavenly Wolf Valley to him. Because Ling Yinchin's departed husband was from the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley, the two met and fell in love in the solitary void-sealed world. Later, they married, but her husband had died while saving her. Ling Yinchin cherished his memories to this day. The high-level spirit-purifying array she lent to Yang Kai at that time was bought by her husband at a high price and was the last memento she possessed of him. Because of this, after the spirit-purifying array was damaged, Yang Kai took great pains to ask Sangde to repair it, which led to many other affairs afterwards. When Ling Yinchin came out of the solitary void-sealed world, she had decided to bring her husband's ashes back to Heavenly Wolf Valley, where he could rest in peace. Lon he kept sighing after learning about the matters of Ling Yinchin and her husband before speaking. Then Sister Ling must be a woman of deep and unwavering sentiment. If she wasn't such a woman, why would she go all the way from the Northern Territory to the Eastern Territory just to send her husband's ashes back to his sect? It should be known that this road was not only long, but also dangerous. A moment of carelessness could result in death. Big Sister Ling is kind and compassionate, Yang Kai solemnly said. What was her husband's name? If he was really a Heavenly Wolf Valley disciple, perhaps I've heard of him, asked Lon He. Yang Kai shook his head. Big Sister Ling never mentioned it. Good, when I meet Big Sister Ling, I'll just ask her. Lon He didn't probe deep into this. Yang Kai stated, Big Sister Ling is still deeply tied with her husband, so I think even after she has sent his ashes back, she might not want to leave his side. It is just that Big Sister Ling isn't a Heavenly Wolf Valley disciple, so Heavenly Wolf Valley might not let her stay for a long time. This Yang wants to request from Sister Lon that if you meet Big Sister Ling in the future, please take care of her. If she could join Heavenly Wolf Valley, become a Heavenly Wolf Valley disciple, that would be even better. If that doesn't work, please let Big Sister Ling mourn her husband from time to time, so as to soothe the longing in her heart. Since Brother Yang has entrusted this to me, there will naturally be no problem. Lon He was also very easygoing and agreed at once. Yang Kai was overjoyed as he said, With Sister Lan's promise, I will not have to worry. Lon He was the eldest senior sister of Heavenly Wolf Valley, so her status was definitely incomparable to an ordinary disciple. Since she had agreed, she would definitely follow through. Although her appearance was stunted, she had a heroic spirit. Then what's Big Sister Ling's current cultivation? Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although her strength might not be at the top, it's definitely not bad. Yang Kai gave a pertinent assessment. Third Order Dao Source Realm? Lon He's eyes lit up after hearing this. She clapped and assured, It will really not be a problem for her to join our Heavenly Wolf Valley. If it was someone of unknown origin, we might have to test him or her thoroughly, but since it's someone mentioned by Brother Yang, this test can be waived. I will tell the sect master after I go back. Many thanks. Yang Kai couldn't help but heave a sigh in relief. Although he didn't have much friendship with Ling Yinchin, no matter what, they had come out of the solitary void-sealed world together. With her cultivation, joining Ice Heart Valley would not have been a problem. Moreover, Bing Yun also wanted to keep her, but she was determined to go to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so everyone respected her wishes. If she could join Heavenly Wolf Valley, it could be regarded as a good place for her to stay. This way, she would not only have the support of a powerful sect, but she could also be with her husband day and night. Yang Kai believed that Ling Yinchin would also not refuse this. While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, with Lon He coming to a halt as well. Yang Kai spread his divine sense and scanned the surroundings before speaking. It's here. I will tear space so Sister Lon He can leave without any worries. There will be no danger. Good. Lon He nodded before she cupped her fist and stated, Brother Yang must also be careful. If there is a chance, you have to come to Heavenly Wolf Valley as a guest. Sure, sure. Yang Kai replied. After speaking, his face turned serious as he stretched his hand ahead, piercing into space. As he kept manipulating the local space principles, the void distorted and instantly became unstable. Lon He's face slightly changed as she held her breath, not daring to cause any interference. Open! Yang Kai shouted as his hands suddenly moved to the sides. Under Lon He's shocked gaze, the space in the front was ripped apart like a piece of silk, opening a slit. And with Yang Kai's movements, the gap grew bigger and bigger. Lon He's eyes trembled slightly, looking at the sight before her in surprise. Tearing space with one's bare hands was a skill she had heard of in legends, but never had a chance to witness with her own eyes. But now, this shocking sight was clearly presented before her. From the void crack, he clearly saw the dilapidated scene of the shattered star sea, and she immediately understood that she would be able to return there through this opening. "Go!" Xianxia shouted in a low voice. He didn't dare to hesitate. Her figure flickered as she rushed into the crack, and in a flash, she had arrived on the opposite side. When she turned around to look, the crack was quickly closing. Xianxia was standing in the void, waving at her with a smile. "Brother Yang, take care," he shouted, but the crack had already closed. Who knows whether Xianxia had heard her or not. After standing on the spot in a daze for a while, he sighed and looked toward the depths of the shattered star sea. Her contact with Xianxia was short, but it seemed to have opened a new door in front of her, allowing her to see just how powerful a Dao source realm cultivator could be. The elite disciples of the top sects she had encountered before were like ants to him. She asked herself whether she could cultivate to such a level, but the answer she got was a firm no. If she wanted to become stronger, the only choice she had left was to break through to the Emperor realm. An urgent notion rose from the depths of her heart: to advance as soon as possible and obtain greater strength. Xianxia was treading through the void like he was walking on the ground, completely ignoring the ubiquitous turbulence. This place might be dangerous to others, but to Xianxia it was like a walk in his own backyard. When he first began cultivating the Tao of space, he had entered this place countless times to sense the mysteries of Space Force, experiencing its mystical nature, so he was extremely familiar with the characteristics of this place. Less than an hour after having separated from Xianxia suddenly felt a slightly hot sensation coming from the back of his hand. Naturally, it was the induction between star seals. His expression immediately changed as he rushed in a certain direction. His current star seal was 6-pointed, which could be considered a very high level, so it could sense the position of most other cultivators from far away. After a short while, Xianxia arrived at a certain location, but when he looked around, the subsequent sight made him frown. Because a bloody picture was before him. Countless mutilated limbs and gory pieces of flesh were floating. There was no living being in sight. But in that place, there were 8 ownerless star seals floating quietly. 8 star seals meant that 8 people had lost their lives here. They weren't killed by anyone. Rather, because they fell into the void crack and were either swallowed by the void turbulence or were slivered by the chaotic space principles here. When Xianxia came over, those ownerless star seals seemed to receive some kind of pull as they shot straight toward the back of his hand, transforming into specks of starlight before entering inside the star seal on the back of his hand. Immediately, his 6-pointed star seal grew brighter and hotter. Xianxia couldn't help but be a little worried. Everyone was pulled in when space collapsed, their futures quite uncertain. He didn't care about the life and death of others. The only one he was worried about was Lusheng. He shouldn't die before Xianxia found him. For if he did, Xianxia wouldn't be able to extract any information from him. He was still getting a little response from the front. Xianxia didn't stay longer and continued ahead. The farther he went, the more dead bodies Xianxia encountered, leaving only star seals in their place. Without doing anything at all, Xianxia had already collected more than 20 star seals along the way. In other words, out of 40 or so Dao Source Realm cultivators who were pulled in, about half of them had already died. And judging by what Xianxia had observed along the way, the survivors should have all rallied together, probably wanting to go in this direction to find a way out, but unfortunately for them, they didn't understand space principles and couldn't break the barrier of space to find an exit. In light of this, they would die sooner or later. Suddenly, Xianxia heard a faint shout. His eyes lit up as he quickly flew towards the source of the sound. After a while, he came to the front of a surging void turbulence. Apparently, the person, who had shouted before, seemed to have sensed Xianxia's arrival and hurriedly shouted, "Friend, save me. Don't leave me. Please save me." Xianxia remained indifferent. When he had scanned with his divine sense, he had already recognized who this guy was. Xianxia also knew that the opposite party was already trapped in the void turbulence and would be devoured after a short while. "Where is Lusheng?" Xianxia suddenly asked. The opposite party was slightly startled after hearing Xianxia's voice. He then asked in a low voice, Yang Kai. Obviously, he had also heard Yang Kai's voice. Where is Yin Lusheng? Yang Kai asked again. That man bitterly smiled and stated, Brother Yang, please save me first. The rest we can talk about later. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stated, Zhang Hao didn't rescue you. Why should I then? Surprisingly, this guy was none other than Brahma Holy Land's Xianxia. He and Zhang Hao were the holy sons of Brahma Holy Land. Their cultivations were both impressive, but no matter how powerful they were still just Dao Source Realm cultivators. Only death was waiting for Xianxia after falling in the void turbulence, and the more he struggled, the faster he would die. However, there was no sign of Zhang Hao here, so it seemed that Zhang Hao had abandoned him. Zhang Hao. The mere mention of Zhang Hao's name seemed to have touched Zhang Xian's nerves, and he gritted his teeth all of a sudden, snarling, Don't mention that scumbag's name before me. I will kill him sooner or later. Who knows what happened between the two holy sons? But Zhang Xian seemed to hold deep hatred towards Zhang Hao. Yang Kai didn't care to get to the bottom of this either and just sneered. First you have to get out of here. Zhang Xian's anger suddenly hit the rock bottom as he begged, crying, Brother Yang, someone as great and generous as you doesn't need to care about this lowly me. If you rescue me from here, I, Zhang Xian, will always remember this gratitude and surely repay you in the future. Tell me first, where did Yin Lusheng go? Yang Kai indifferently looked at him. Zhang Xian asked, If I tell you, will you save me? Yang Kai countered, What do you think? Zhang Xian became enraged and shouted, Then why should I tell you? Just as he said this, he suddenly realized that he didn't have the room to get angry at this moment and hurriedly corrected himself. Brother Yang, don't be angry. I, Zhang Xian, just put a foot in my mouth. Yang Kai stated with a snort, I don't want to save you, so I won't save you. No matter what you say, it's useless. Zhang Xian flustered and the flames of fury in his heart burned hotter, but he didn't dare to show it. His mouth was filled with bitterness as if he had eaten a bitter gourd. Although I won't save you, I can avenge you. Yang Kai sneered. Zhang Hao and Yin Lusheng are together. Am I right? If you tell me where they went, I will help you kill Zhang Hao. Kill Zhang Hao. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned, pondering for a long while before finally breaking into madness-filled laughter. Yang Kai didn't urge him and just coldly glanced at him from the side. After a moment, Zhang Xian stopped laughing as he replied with a ferocious look on his face. If you find Zhang Hao, rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces for me. I can do that. I promise you. Yang Kai nodded, thinking that there must be some unknown vendetta between the two holy sons. Otherwise Zhang Xian would not hate Zhang Hao this deeply. They went in that direction, Zhang Xian pointed. Yang Kai turned to look, then nodded. He then slightly moved his hand as a moon blade shot straight toward Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was shocked. Although he felt the energy fluctuations approaching him, he was trapped in a void turbulence. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. All he could do was ask in a shock, What are you doing? With a soft squish, Zhang Xian felt a slight pain coming from his arm. Yang Kai coldly stated, I am taking your star seal. It's the interest for previously attacking me. As for what happens next, I will leave it to luck. While speaking, he reached out and collected the star seal on Zhang Xian's severed arm before flying towards the direction Zhang Xian had previously pointed at. Bastard, bastard. Zhang Xian covered the wound with his other hand as he angrily roared, a hideous look covering his face. But Yang Kai had long disappeared. After continuing forward for about half a day, Yang Kai finally sensed the location of other people, but most of them were already dead, pulled into the void turbulence. The corpses were mutilated and in pieces. Only their star seals remained that flew towards Yang Kai, one after another. Another day later, Yang Kai had already collected the star seals of almost all of over 40 cultivators. After the 6-pointed star seal on the back of his hand had absorbed 30 or so star seals, it finally changed and became a 7-pointed star seal, allowing him to sense others from a greater distance. Rumor had it that if a star seal could be upgraded to the most advanced 9-pointed star seal, one could find the inheritance of heaven-devouring great emperor. Who knows whether this was true or false, but Yang Kai wasn't interested in that inheritance at all. Therefore, he didn't try to pursue it. At some point, Yang Kai suddenly noticed the fluctuations of several star seals in front of him. After a little thought, Yang Kai knew that the masters of these star seals were the last ones alive, and that Yin Lushang must be there, because Yang Kai had found the corpses of the other two Netherworld sect disciples. But he hadn't found Yin Lushang's. This guy's life is pretty hard, he actually made it this far in the void. How did he do it? Yang Kai didn't hesitate any longer, his figure flickering as he shot towards that direction. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai arrived at the place where these survivors were. Scanning with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that only 4 people were still alive. Yin Lushang and Zhang Hao were impressively among them, while the other 2 seemed to be the top Dao Source Realm masters. But Yang Kai didn't recognize them. And it was not just those who were here. Even the mountains and rivers bell that had disappeared into the void was also here. This exotic artifact from the wild lands had given rise to a great emperor, witnessed the war between great emperors, and after tens of thousands of years of silence, was now quietly lying somewhere lost in the void. All its radiance was completely converged, and it didn't have the slightest bit of spirituality, as if it was broken. It seemed to be waiting for the arrival of its new master. "You're still alive." When Yang Kai arrived, Yin Lushang fiercely turned around and looked at him in shock. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and Yin Lushang was well aware of this. When the 2 had fought in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used his mastery of Space Force to shatter the Starlight Corridor. Yin Lushang was surprised by the fact that Yang Kai withstood the shock wave from the mountains and rivers bell at such a close distance. Furthermore, it appeared that not only had he survived, but he was still brimming with energy. Yang Kai pursed his lips and stated, "Since you are still alive, why should Brother Yin be so surprised that I am too?" Yin Lushang's eyes lit up instead as he nodded and gratefully said, "Great. Awesome. It's good that you're alive." He looked like he was happy for Yang Kai, but who knows what he was really happy about. Yang Kai suspiciously looked at him and stated, "Brother Yin, your tone might very easily cause misunderstandings. Everyone will think that we have a very good relationship." Yin Lushang burst into laughter. "No matter what the relationship between us is, it's still great that you are alive." Yang Kai's face turned cold as he stated, "I'm alive, but you will definitely die." Yin Lushang remained calm and composed as he spoke. "There is no true grievance between you and me. How about we forget our past enmity and become friends?" Yang Kai's eyes widened as he snapped, Am I hearing it right? Brother Yin, you actually want to forget the past enmity and be friends with me? Is there something wrong with your head?" Zhang Hao and the other 2 also had a weird look on their faces. After all, they had personally witnessed the clash and grievance between Yang Kai and Yin Lushang. Both of them couldn't wait to kill each other. So why had Yin Lushang's attitude changed so drastically in the blink of an eye? Yin Lushang replied with a smile, "There is nothing wrong with my head. Rather, I am thinking quite clearly right now, because I know that if I want to leave this place, Brother Yang's help is indispensable." Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, laughing, "I understand what Brother Yin means, but why do you think I will take you out?" Yin Lushang quickly asked, "Didn't you want to inquire about the puppet of yours? Isn't that puppet very useful to you?" Hearing him mention Xiao, Yang Kai's face immediately sank as he shouted, "Where is he?" Yin Lushang smiled as he spoke in a calm and composed manner. "Brother Yang really values it very much. Since Brother Yang has something he wants, and I have something I want, why don't we make a deal?" Yang Kai ground his teeth. Although he couldn't wait to beat the shit out of Yin Lushang and force him to give up the information on Xiao Zhao's location. Brute force couldn't solve the problem at this moment. As long as Yin Lushang didn't tell him about Xiao Zhao, Yang Kai would be at the end of his wits, and even if Yin Lushang did tell him something, Yang Kai couldn't say for sure whether he was speaking the truth or lying. Compared to killing Yin Lushang, Yang Kai would rather learn about Xiao Zhao's situation. After pondering for a while, he agreed with a nod. "How should we trade? Let's hear it." Yin Lushang replied, You take me out of this damned place and I will truthfully tell you about the whereabouts of the puppet. Yang Kai sneered. How do I know you'll tell me the truth? Maybe you don't even know where Xiao is. I do know. Yin Lushang's face turned serious. There is no harm in telling you a bit. Your puppet did fall into the Eastern Territory with me back then, but I couldn't subdue it with my strength at that time, so I simply followed after it, looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately, I failed at the last moment. Now, as to where it went in the end, only I know. No one else in this world knows. Brother Yang, you'd best think this through. If we pulled out all our cards and fought here, we both would be defeated and wounded. On the other hand, the deal I'm proposing is very fair. We both get what we need. Yang Kai's face turned colder as he stated. Tell me first and I will immediately send you out. I promise that I will not do anything to you. Yin Lushang denied with a chuckle. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? What do you think we should do then? Yang Kai couldn't help but glower. The two of them endlessly quarreled with each other while the others watched in surprise. They didn't know what Yang Kai and Yin Lushang were arguing about, but they managed to glean some clues after listening for a while. Zhang Hao suddenly asked, Brother Yin, can he take us out of here? Yin Lushang replied, glancing at him. If he can't, then no one can. Why? Zhang Hao asked in surprise. This is the void. If we can't break through the barriers of space, there's no way to leave. So many of us tried breaking it together, but it didn't work. So why can he do it alone? Yin Lushang furrowed his brow as he explained. Because Brother Yang is proficient in the Tao of space. Proficient in the Tao of space? Zhang Kai was shocked and delighted when he heard this, turning to stare at Yang Kai with a blazing gaze, as if he had found hope of survival. The other two were also extremely excited and they secretly licked their lips. This young master is indeed proficient in the Tao of space, but what does that have to do with you lot? Yang Kai glared at the three, feeling disgruntled. Zhang Hao said, wearing a smiling face, Hey, Brother Yang, we can be considered friends after a fight. Now only a few of us are alive, so if you can really leave this place, why not take us out with you? Rest assured, we will definitely repay you generously in the future for this favor. Yes, yes, we will etch Brother Yang's kindness into our hearts, and will definitely return the gesture to you in the future. Brother Yang, it's always better to have many friends. If you come to my Western Territory, this son will definitely welcome you with open arms. The two started yelling along with Zhang Hao, pleadingly looking at Yang Kai. Fuck off! Yang Kai impatiently lashed out. Zhang Hao's face turned colder after hearing this and he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, don't be too stubborn. We might not be at our peaks right now, but if we team up, you won't be able to defeat us. Don't force us to take a hard stance against you. Yang Kai coldly snorted. This young master wasn't afraid when there were 40 of you, so what can just the 4 of you do to me now? If you want to die, you are welcome to give it a try. Zhang Hao's face turned stiff all of a sudden because he knew that Yang Kai was stating the truth. Before, 40 of them were unable to do anything to Yang Kai, so now that there were just 4 of them, the chances of them being able to defeat him weren't high. Not to mention, a cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was harder to deal with than ordinary opponents. If Yang Kai ever found he was at a disadvantage in a frontal conflict, he could simply run away and no one would be able to stop him. Yang Kai ignored Zhang Hao and the other two and turned to Yin Lushang and stated in a cold voice, Since you want to make a deal with me, then come up with something that will convince us both. Otherwise, you will die today. At worst, I will go to the Eastern Territory and slowly look for Xiao. Yin Lushang's face sank as he asked, Brother Yang, how can you be sure that you can kill me? Yang Kai pursed his lips and stated, In this place, I can make you die without a burial with a wave of my hand. Tell me, do you still think I can't kill you? Saying so, Yang Kai really just waved his hand and immediately, the surrounding void turbulence seemed to have received some kind of order and began sweeping towards Yin Lushang like a long river. Yin Lushang jumped back in fright and quickly avoided it. After regaining his footing, his face turned extremely pale. He originally believed that, with his remaining trump cards, he didn't need to be afraid of Yang Kai. But now it seemed that this special environment not only didn't restrain Yang Kai, but it even invisibly increased his strength. If they really fought, Yin Lusheng estimated he didn't have even a 20% chance of winning. I must quickly leave here, lest some mishap occurs. Realizing this, Yin Lusheng quickly said, "Brother Yang, look at this." Saying so, he casually tossed something to Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that he would play petty tricks at this moment, so he reached out and caught this object, scanning it with his divine sense before speaking in surprise. "Oh? A soul contract." Yin Lusheng raised his brow. Since Brother Yang recognizes it, nothing more need be said. A soul contract was a product made by the Palace Master of the Eastern Territory's Serene Soul Palace, Serene Soul Great Emperor, when he was bored and had ample time on his hands. It was almost equivalent to a contract that mortals would use, but the ones who signed it did so with their souls. Because of a peculiar power that was used to refine soul contracts, neither of the parties that signed one could violate the content of the contract. Soul contracts were extremely rare, and Yang Kai had only seen one in the past, but that was enough to recognize this for what it was and what it meant. As long as the two parties signing the contract swore with their souls, they could not lie or violate the terms unless they wanted to court death. Because soul contracts were made by the Serene Soul Great Emperor, and the Serene Soul Great Emperor's Serene Soul Palace was in the Eastern Territory, Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect's disciples had greater access to soul contracts. "Is this enough to show my sincerity?" Yin Lusheng looked at Yang Kai with a grim look on his face. Yang Kai agreed with a nod. "Of course, there is no problem with this soul contract here." Yin Lusheng stated, "Good. Then you will send me out of here, and I will tell you the location of that puppet." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and agreed, nodding, "No problem." Zhang Hao anxiously cried, "Brother Yin, take me to my Brahma Holy Land, and your Netherworld sect are allies. You can't sit back and watch me die." Yin Lusheng frowned before glancing at Yang Kai. Yang Kai stated with a snort, "Zhang Hao's fate has already been decided by another. He must die here." Zhang Hao's eyes bulged as he angrily asked, Who? Who wants my life?" Yang Kai coldly looked at him and replied with a snort, "The one you abandoned and left behind naturally wants you dead." Zhang Hao was dumbfounded as he absent-mindedly muttered, "Xianxia." He then angrily shouted, "Impudence! I am the senior brother, and he actually wants to kill me. That ingrate." Yang Kai shook his head and ignored him altogether, turning back to Yin Lusheng and saying, "Brother Yin, swear." "Good." Yin Lusheng nodded and immediately swore with his soul that if Yang Kai was willing to safely send him out, he would definitely inform Yang Kai of Xiao Zhao's location. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai also swore on his soul. When they poured in their spiritual energy, the soul contract suddenly started glowing as it split into two, before it shot straight into Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng's bodies, making the two softly grunt. Mysteriously, they felt bound by an invisible shackle. Both of them knew that this was the effect of the soul contract. "Where is Xiao Xiao?" Yang Kai squinted his eyes at Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng smiled before his lips moved, transmitting his voice directly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed as he confirmed in amazement. "There?" Yin Lusheng asked in surprise. "Oh? So Brother Yang actually knows that place?" Yang Kai's face turned ashen as he responded, "I heard someone mention it not long ago. Are you sure it went there?" Yin Lusheng replied, "I saw it with my own eyes. How can I not be certain?" Naturally, at the beginning I didn't know what that was, but after having lived in the Eastern Territory for a while, I learned about the dangers of that place. Fortunately, I didn't go in at that time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to meet Brother Yang today. Yang Kai's face turned ugly. Now, he was even more worried about Xiao Xiao compared to when he knew nothing about his whereabouts. Yin Lusheng had already signed a soul contract with him, and was bound by its power, so he couldn't have lied. But if Xiao Xiao was really in that place, then it might really be disastrous for him. Yin Lusheng, on the other hand, was all smiles as he spoke. "Okay then. This Yin has truthfully told Brother Yang everything he wanted to know. Now it's about time you fulfill your end of the agreement." Yang Kai angrily glanced at him before he stretched his hands out, inserting it into the void. Yin Lusheng intently watched, and after seeing a void crack truly get torn open by Yang Kai, a look of surprise and happiness appeared on his face as he praised. Brother Yang is really impressive. If you manage to break through to the Emperor realm, your achievements will be second only to Senior Li Wu Yi. Get out! Yang Kai lashed out with a cold snort. Yin Lisheng burst into laughter. Then this Yin will take his leave. Until we meet again. The day we meet again will be the day you die. Yang Kai stated, grinding his teeth angrily. Yin Lisheng didn't care about this threat. His figure flickered as he rushed into the void crack, instantly appearing on the opposite side. When Zhang Hao and the others saw this, they also eagerly followed, using all means at their disposal to reach the void crack and escape from this place. Yang Kai just coldly looked at them, but didn't bother to stop them.